Hello again, everyone. We're back with NECC Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Treasure. I'm here with the illustrious Light Rose, and we've got a great match here coming up. York College of Pennsylvania versus Central Methodist University Academy roster.
Yeah, both these teams coming off some losses, trying to bounce back from probably a week one low that maybe will not be a low, or at least for one of these teams, for much longer. They can start by getting a good head start in this second week. So wanting to jump right in with some of these teams, you've got York of Pennsylvania, and with the illustrious names we have here. I mean, chocolate milk, fun size ain't fun. You can tell that these players kind of have a fun side. I guess it ain't fun, but you know.
Now we got some fun names in the lobby altogether. Kessler, Rowe, Guardian, Shocker. These ones aren't the real funny ones, a little more tight to the chest. But we have some fun ones over at Central Methodist University over here as well. Our favorite in the production booth is Mr. Pig. But we also got Joe Gaming, Corwin, Teldranwin, and Platt.
I mean, Mr. Pig, that just reminds me of like a kid's show. I don't know what it is. It's like on the tip of my tongue, but as we get all set up, we're just kind of going right into it. We'll tell you about the maps, and the first one is going to be the map that basically everyone loves, everyone goes to at this point. That's not Oregon Clubhouse Villa.
Yeah, okay. Looks like we're going to be having a pause here in a second, so that will not slow down this operator banding section, but we'll have a little bit of time to work with here. Thatcher off the board right off the bat on Villa makes perfect sense. This is one of these maps where he can get a lot done, right, Lyros?
I mean, you can kind of say he does that on every map. Like,
yeah.
Name a singular map, and Thatcher, maybe Coastline is the only map that is or was at the competitive.
There was a time. There was a time where he was amazing on Coastline.
It is not any longer. But you know, the bans aren't going to be too surprising. There's really no need to deviate from the norm. As that last ban, either a Valkyrie or a Mira. I would expect probably a Valkyrie, as Mira usually could only get play on that AVG side, much less on the trophy statue. You could definitely slot her in, but I think Valkyrie over. Nope.
Okay.
I spoke incorrectly. I guess folks would rather deal with the Valkyrie instead of that Mira window.
Yeah, it looks like for CMU, that's a little bit more concerning. She does someone that can pull out some really strong strategies over on like the master side on the second floor as well. Stuff like watching to master specifically from statuary, or even some cheeky plays, maybe putting something up in the master closet as well. But a lot of times you're having a player like play to die in bathroom, which can be a little bit risky. But nothing crazy right there. We got that Kaid ban, which is something we're used to seeing. It's probably around a 50-50 seeing him banned on Villa, but that does set a precedent for once we do get the map going, where it's probably going to be a little bit quicker to get some walls open. So the first breaches of objective are going to be more about gunfights than they're going to be about utility.
Yeah, and well, just as you finish that, we are going to be heading straight on into the game. Not too much to divert us from the path that is the game as we get started. You've got CMU on the defense, York on the attack, and right now everything just seems very standard with the standard starting area, standard set of operators on the defense. Maybe the Echo instead of the Smoke is probably a little bit more of a surprise pick, considering how strong Smoke is on Villa, especially when you just need to get that default plant spot. You need to make sure it's not getting planted in, and Smoke is really going to do the job, but I guess CMU, they just have an alternative plan with that Echo.
Yeah, they are investing pretty heavily in having these deployable shields. You get that with Smoke as well, but also with Ella, that kind of speaks towards focus over towards main stairs, playing up by that corner onto 90, which is pretty strong in Classical Hall. Oh, is that a C4 being burnt for a rotate? That does not feel good right off the start, especially with Maestro already still having Bailiff in his secondary position.
They schmovin'. they moving. Connection failure.
Oh no.
Is it a server issue?
There's only
70% chance it is.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough recently, but we roll as it deals, you know, wheeling and dealing. That's a little interesting to see right off the bat. I mean, we're probably going to have to, if that's not just Observer, then it's probably going to have to be replayed. Same operators and everything, so nothing wild going on that way. We'll still see the same stuff, but maybe that C4 mistake might not be as pivotal.
Okay. Third times is the charm. Like, we've
Okay,
got it.
cool.
Everything is okay. I
Let's
think
keep
it might
going.
have just been
Definitely the
an
better.
observer-sided thing because we're not even doing ban phase. We're not doing a rehost. We're literally right back where we started. And it's going to start with Mr. Pig getting droned out on that northern side as York are doing a little bit of a split push. And you like the speed at which they're working with. They could definitely burst into that study side, maybe deal with Mr. Pig, and that would allow for a much quick attack.
Mr. Pig is looking to get aggressive, pushing up on the angle. Doesn't know exactly what he's dealing with. But on the other side, DKB does have calls available and ends up getting a little bit more vision around the corner. And the DMR does some quick work on Mr. Pig, taking away that leg of the defense. Back on site, things are a little slower as far as the Havana opening up. Ooh, Aviator Games wall. I think they're looking to put a couple things down at the same time. Hard breach.
What is
going onto this barricade? Okay, I think we're just looking at some issues with the observer cam right here. Yeah, I think that's only there on us. It must have been destroyed while we were disconnected because that's just not there. Okay, we're all good. Those Habana pellets, they went where they're supposed to. That Ace charge might even have. I'm not entirely sure about it. Not seeing Ace going to pick it up, so that's probably just fine. We'll be a little confused for now. He's picking this one up, so I think he had the opportunity to earlier. Still, no more fatalities. Kessler has made his way all the way to red stairs. There's a lot of pressure on the eastern side of the map with Habana opening up the walls and that sledge from the other side.
Okay, well, I mean, you usually don't expect to see the roaming echo underneath, as you do have to see on your cams to get that effect, as right now with a 2v3, that ACS-12 that Platt decided to bring instead of the LMG on Maestro, we'll see if it plays out in the end as Kessler goes forward, gets dropped, and now a true 2v2 between these two teams. Funsize ain't fun. He's going to be able to pick up that Habana, giving an extra man in this engagement, and now York definitely needs it now that we are on equal footing. Funsize has to put that diffuser down, as Roe is going to be able to pull out the Bearing 9, get the kill onto the Bandit. Is that diffuse going to get stopped? It is not, but Platt's able to hop up right behind the bar, get a kill, and Funsize has to stay crouching. Their life depends on it as they slink their way out of that site, and now that LMG, it's got 27 slugs to work with. Just start firing, but he doesn't, and that means that York come out on top on their first attack.
Ooh, 3 kills, just not quite that 4th one for the clutch up, and it's one of those situations where the practically DMR slug shotgun is pretty good for these quick one-off encounters where you can just pop off someone's head and get back. You've got a longer sight, you've got big damage even if you have to have body shots, but when you're having to peek a corner up close with a semi-automatic gun against an attacker who's already got the diffuser planted, that is a big disadvantage to have, especially when you're 3 armor character, Maestro, having to clunk around the corner. You're going to be seen. Your shoulder is visible for a while before your head actually comes around. You can actually see the enemy. So he's at a pretty big disadvantage once that diffuser went down. Nice job from York, really closing up sight and taking the one pick that they were able to early and leveraging as much as they could as the round got deeper.
Okay, so Corwin is going to be using a C4 again. I feel like you have the Aruni Punch. You have the Maestro secondary shotgun, and you lose one of your only forms of plant denial throughout. So, I mean, Joe Gaming, again on that Echo, you would hope that they would be able to stay back potentially inside the site, get actual usage out of that yokai, because, I mean, in those dying seconds, it can literally make or break the round.
Yeah, without looking into the defense too much, and maybe there's something I'm missing, but having your bandit drop in the C4 and having an Echo go down onto first floor and try and shoot someone out from below with the intel he's got on his cameras, that could be done with a C4 and a 3-speed operator, right? And Corwin should be perfect for the opportunity. And so in the setup, there's a little bit of missed value. I don't know if it's hurting too much, though, in the micro.
He punched the pot, and there was like a drone directly on it. That was an issue. But that yokai, I think it might have already been taken care of. So York, already, they are just going in as quick as they can, trying to take this Echo away from this classical side, as the speed at which York are going with are just matching their tempo in the last run, beat for beat. The only problem is actually going to deal with Corwin's batteries. Is there going to be a rotate towards this northern side, to this trophy sanctuary side, or is Kessler is going to go underneath, take out those batteries, make that wall clear for the taking?
Yeah, I love this right here, having Kessler coming up here, trying to clear this player. That is one of the big problems. Oh, getting some damage on the feet too, but it's not going to be hugely impactful. They also need to deal with the Echo on top of main stairs because they can't push in to actually make use off of any Hibana holes that they make this time. Coming around the corner, Mr. Pig does get a second kill on the round on Cyber. Rex feeling a much more comfortable position for the defense, especially now that Kessler is having to rotate back to meet his teammates who haven't been able to make it in the building yet, or even open up. Well, I guess there's a vaultable hole.
Yeah, there is a way to look inside the vault, get into the site itself, but you shouldn't mainly be looking as that wall is a way to get into the site. There are so many avenues of which you can get shot that you just got to be careful. Go Gaming almost gets caught looking, but he actually takes out the A's who clutched out the previous round, and somebody else is kind of going to have to take up this mantle, potentially win a 2v5 as Mr. Pig doesn't even need that Scorpion. He brings out the pistol once again in the 2v5. So York, their chances a little bit up against the wall, but they have a good amount of time just to potentially prepare for what's about to happen.
Coming around the corner here, these gunfights are going to be pivotal on the round. It's a full run back through these. Oh my god, beautiful headshot right there. Yeah, pre-fire all the way around, but the low magazine size is going to be a little bit of a problem. Needs a reload on the Type 89, but there's no pressure from the defense. They're just trying to use the rest of this time to their advantage. They have a lot of plant denial between both these drone operators still being up. There's so many cameras and still some more defensive utility. Yeah, a flank on Mr. Pig. Row takes two more with Type 89, switching over to the bearing and not quite finding where Mr. Pig is, who gets to come out of this with 4 kills in the end.
Yeah, it just kind of gets to walk onto the site. No care in the world, not accounted for, and just bam, bam, take out both the players. And CMU, honestly, you should not have let Row even get those two. With how many players were still alive, you just stay back, rest on your laurels, let your utility do the job, because that, at the end of the day, when the chips are down, is what you can rely on. The Echo, the Maestro, everything is designed to stop that plant, and you can rely on that in the end. So don't even don't even risk the round, because there have been some crazy plays that have happened in the final seconds when teams have been like, 5 seconds left, we're up 1v4, there's no way we could lose this, and by some miracle, everybody peaks at the same time, gets caught out, and the round is lost. So, it's happened.
Yeah, I'm with the composition that CMU is going with. Like, no smoke, but there's still so much plant denial that they were running on Aviator games both of those rounds. They just switched to the Bandit, which was a great change, actually. The attack taking the exact same approach, it doesn't pan out the same because CMU did a really good job of adapting their round 1 strategy. Just enough, just those 2 tweaks that they needed, and that was exactly what they needed.
Changes on the defensive composition. You don't really have a lot of plant denial anymore. For example, Joe Gaming is on the Azami. You've got plant on the Valkyrie instead. But what I do like, keeping the C4s. Plant still has theirs. Corwin still has theirs. You can wait until you truly need it and not just use it on a road. You've got impacts as well if you need to use that. CMU, keep your utility. I went on a tirade like 20 seconds earlier about utility, so please don't prove me wrong.
On the south side, a big grouping of York players looking to get in. Fun size ain't fun. Once again, having to reckon with the fact that these Bandit batteries are going to stop them from just opening up Master Closet. So someone's going to go in there and deal with it directly. Yep, right on the window. No one's doing anything about Row. Teldranon has realized that window's probably a live fire zone right now, and Ace is actually going to be able to put down the Selma breach charges. Elsewhere, the second prong of the attack is starting to get some headway. The drones have found no sign of enemies, but Mr. Pig is below lurking with that invisibility to drones.
I mean, you have a good roam presence so far on CMU. Got the first kill in the previous round onto Shocker, who kind of traded in that first round with the opening kill of his own. But Mr. Pig, walking up this red stairs, could be welcomed with a fresh blue body of York. But so far, nobody is truly there yet. And you do see the Nomad going to be air jabbing off red stairs, but doesn't have to actually peek it. Mr. Pig is going to fire, hit the shots at the last second, but can't get the confirm. No, he does at the last second. But it is going to come at a cost, my friends, and that is 3 CMU players dead.
An absolute blitz from Ro, getting in through bathroom and tearing through that back of Astrology Rim. Joe Gaming is going to be the one to shut it all down again with the slug shotgun. Flat is the next to fall to Kessler as that secondary prong really pushes into sight. Joe Gaming is just stuck in the back of point. This is not a great 1vx gun, and especially in this 1v3, he's trapped in statuary. He knows that the enemies are around him. Oh my god, no! Ace is right in front of him! That gives away Diffuser, but also gives away his location.
Well, it kind of separated from the crowd a little bit, Fun Size is, but at the end of the day, the result is what it was expected to be. York come away with another round win, and that just comes from their ability to blitz that site, take out all the players playing around it, and then from then on, you just converge onto the site. Probably could play it a little better, but then again, you could always play some things a little better, but there's always things to improve upon, and as long as you get the win at the end of the day, sometimes that's all that matters.
I'm just imagining Joe Gaming's surprise, taking that kill,
Hello?
scurrying behind the bomb, and then hearing the diffuser go down just right to his side and go, well, there's only one place that could be. Why are they doing it right next to me? Like, maybe I do have the chance. Maybe I can just guard the diffuser, and he did his best.
I would have been a little scared if Joe was allowed to kind of get around that doorway, but like I said, the result naturally expected. Now on to the best operator in Rainbow Six Siege, the Rook. Yes, with the MP5, with the two times. If you're looking for somebody to play in Rainbow Six, I recommend Rook, because I mean, we're just gonna see what Joe Gaming can do, and he'll show you the rest.
If you really like the shooting part of the tactical first-person shooter, there you go. You don't have to do anything but shoot that gun. And it's going to be great for holding his big long angles. Obviously, he's got 3 armor on base. He's got his armor packs, which can give additional health to himself and all 4 of his teammates in addition. And the 2x sight on a pretty accurate rapid-firing gun. He's just real comfortable in just about every situation.
Seeing a lot of the same position with the same operator. Keld is still in the bathroom, currently 0-3, but I mean, York, if they play right into the hands, if Rogue truly does want to enter in this bathroom, which you know, they flirted with a little bit, and they would just get met with an Uzi directly in the face, but that drone is going to notify player of his position. Bro just hops in completely unaware, but now truly aware that there is a player directly in that bathroom. As the phone calls, they're gonna vibrate in the pockets of these players as Rose steps right back on in. The 7-3 is giving them a lot of confidence, but it might be unabated confidence, misguided confidence, you could say, as they are put into the dirt.
Now this round has to go a totally different direction. Ro opened up sight for the team with a hero play down that same corridor last time. Losing the gunfight on the run back means a lot for the defense. This means that they don't have to focus nearly as much on Master's side. There's only an ace over there. Fun Size ain't fun, can't really engage the fights on his own. He's not gonna have time really to rotate to his teammates unless he's just getting there right at the end of the execute. So it's going to be very reliant on these other 3 on the other side, and one of them has been spotted. Esler's still on Buck. His legs just seen coming through, and the punches are going to get rid of that kunai. Flashbangs make it hard to hold trophy. Yeah, going to have to give away that position. That's exactly what you want the Flashbangs to be doing. Fun Size saying fun finds one, but not the second. Mr. Pig once again finding a big hill.
Now the exact same situation. You got Fun Size ain't fun planting, but this time CMU have more bodies to the side, and now just Fun Size ain't fun once again in a 1vx. Post plant, situation, but they have a small health advantage. They might have the information advantage, positioning advantage, as now CMU has to push forward. You're going to have one player go down, two, as Platt is injured. To what, you may question. We'll have to see at the end if we truly know. Mr. Pig does get the revive, though, and that offers another body, but Mr. Pig just ignores it. And the Rook armor plates give it a chance. That was the answer. That's why they got revived. And
not what I expected at all from Fun Size Ain't Fun. Seemed like he was in a rough spot. Like it's gonna take some rotation to get to teammates other than waiting for their execute. And he ends up going with that second option, waiting till the execute starts going down. And he goes, okay, well, no one can focus. They can't afford to focus any players on Master Bedroom. So I can take that usually risky rotate across this room just in broad sight and go for the same plant as before. This time there's more teammates, and he just does it all himself. Get the plant, get the 4K, and just absolutely capitalize on all the pressure of the rest of his team. Like, that is support playing at its finest.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mentioned there are always things you could do better. You could have probably played that a little better, given the numbers that you had. We'll leave it at that. We will acknowledge that it was a very good job of Fun Size to position themselves, to be prepared for the Corwin push as well, to just kind of bounce between those pillars. And that gives York a good sizable lead, 3-1, and they get to go back to Aviator and Game. They get to attack this side again that they have previously won with the same lineup that CMU is bringing. It feels like a fresh, warm invitation. Some nice cookies are being prepared on the oven. As a victory for York just seems like the same old record again.
Well, we are back to the one objective that we have seen the defense win already. CMU now having it on that cooldown. It's refreshed for them, so to speak. So we're back here. It's the same setup that worked really well for them on that second round. So they're looking to repeat the same success that we already saw. Full 4 walls reinforced and electrocuted around Aviator and Games themselves. Cams watching into study, where we know these two hard breachers are going to be focusing up. Fun Size Ain't Fun and Row. They've been working in tandem all map so far. Great to see that cohesion between the supports.
What I like actually coming from York is that instead of having mostly everybody come from the study side, this time it is still more of that trophy statuary side. And you can see you still have both your hard breach over by study. It's a very similar take, but you lessen the amount of impact that something like study would have. And with something like those impact EMPs, you're going to be able to really get through all of that wall with the Twitch. York, I really like what their attack is doing. And CMU, I think they have to find some way, some change is going to be needed to actually get through all of it.
Ooh, oh man, yeah, first kill going out. Mr. Pig goes down, but he's just been playing that roam control for some space. Not the worst player to lose right off the bat. You really want to be holding on to Platt and Joe Gaming as long as absolutely possible. With Keslu right around the corner, that's a chokehold. 2 players stuck in the back of objective. They can't move from here. There's no way out for them while being spotted in this room. Row is going to be able to force the Maestro Cam to have to stay close, and they know another player is on camp. You just have to get a hold of it.
It's always a little entertaining to see that Maestro Cam open and close constantly, just providing the biggest annoyance in the world to all of these players. Unfortunately for CMU, they're not going to have that Maestro Cam or the Echo to provide those sonic blasts. They're really just going to have their bullets. Platt just hops up from behind the bar, finds the kill into Nomad, and suddenly looks around, and he is all alone. Has the diffuser directly next to him, but I don't believe he knows that the drone has his exact position. Kessler gets that headshot, gives York 4 rounds in a row, and now they can just continue to roll on their attack, looking for that nice little 5-1 split.
That was a good look and a little final kill cam from Kessler. Doing a great job all through the round of really managing drone and action time. Twitch has a lot of her power value on her drone. Like, that's her gadget, of course. She's got a great gun in the F2, but being able to really balance both those things at the same time. He's not really green for just hitting objectives or hitting
Locate and
other
defuse
defending
bombs.
gadgets just to hit them. He's going in and out. He knows he's got some power that he can bring to bear. He knows that it's going to be a high value target for defenders because it has a lot of utility. And he was able to find great positions where he actually drawn a lot of area and be able to play safe on a corner, like right there around map him, where he was droning initially when I kind of took note of that. That was a perfect place to be because the execute hadn't quite started yet, but they didn't have like a chokehold on site. No one can rotate behind him, and he can pick up some great intel, and then immediately he puts it to use. It's really great to see.
10 seconds to insertion.
So adjustments, they have
5 seconds
come
left before
on the side of CMU. Instead, we're having Catcan, and instead of Bandit, you've got Mute. So no more Ella. Which I think that you're going to get much better value out of something like the Catcan, because if you've watched SI at all, you'll know that Catcan traps, they get much more than they probably should. Even at like the highest levels of game, you're always going to have Capcan traps. Find something. Corwin just goes for a hope right there with the C4. Doesn't even find any lick of damage and then just backs off. Honestly, better than a rotate in my eyes.
I actually really like that. Oh, yes, that as well. But I like that recognition from CMU. You can tell they are keeping up with what York is bringing every single round. So is it going to be enough to get that success? Maybe it would have been if that had landed, but a great actual cognitive recognition that there's hard breaches coming through here every time, and it's easy free kill if you can get them that way. Oop. The pellets are having a little bit of an issue there, not quite coming through. Yeah. Good stuff from Platt, the hero of the last round, nearly being able to finish it out. And once again, that high value player to have until the end of practice and keep doing this with the cameras.
He's done this every single time. And it's not amounted to much in a lot of these rounds. It is just a constant test. He's always opening, firing, taking out utility. You could say the same for some of these players. As Mr. Pig, he finds himself looking directly at some players of York, taking out some attacking utility. And so far, I think this is the best defense we've seen from CMU, but it has to amount to an opening pick, and that doesn't happen. With the Maestro camera, with everything, Mr. Pig still goes down.
Yeah, CyberRex was just ready, happened to be swinging on the angle at the same time, despite not having intel himself. But I think, I think he realized that the cam being active and seeing him meant that there's going to be an attack coming. Just like you said, those Capcan traps do end up giving the value. They pick up the first kill for the defense. It's the hard breacher, but Bro's job is mostly done at this point, apart from fragging. He's kind of turned into an entry fragger after putting down his most important hard breach. Platt's position is now compromised by this hard breach on the other side as well, though, from Ace, which is really great for the attack. This is what they want in order to, totally take apart that final clutch component of the defense.
Ooh, a fun size ain't fun. Just opens up a nice little wall, takes out Platt, and a safe haven that CMU have used in multiple rounds is gone. Bullets are firing. It's Guardian and Fun Size who end up taking the two down. And it's a broken record. I mentioned how this site was constantly just a warm invitation for York, and that just seems to hold true. Teld can't look to their right. It's easy as pie for York, and they go on to the defense with about a sizable lead as you can get besides the perfect 6-0.
Yeah, looking quite comfortable through these first rounds on the first half. Looking at the Aviator Games defense again, I've realized we've seen like Teld Drandawin back there in the bunker at the very end of just about every one of those rounds, and I realized maybe we're missing out with that setup, having one player like Roman or playing like offsite anchor and Mr. Pig through all of those, and you've got two hard anchors, both your cam operators. I'd love to see if on the defense on Villa Central Methodist would maybe integrate some more roaming or some more area control with a couple of those other players that aren't going to be locked to site, because you have a lot more flexibility, even if it's not every single round, maybe sometimes in response to your attackers there, instead of just changing which operators that they're playing and still anchoring with 4 players.
CMU, they take their time out, and you can see in front of you, York has put down the diffuser in at least 3 of these rounds. that shows you with the site, they're easily able to take it. CMU don't have a good track record at winning these post plays. So as the sides swap, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. How is CMU going to adapt on their attack? Is York just going to continue to dominate on their defense as they go to Aviator games? I think there was a little bit of a problem with strategy on the side of CMU. They had the ideas, but they just didn't quite lock into place. And I don't know if we're going to see that on York as well.
Okay, well, we're seeing something a little bit interesting from CMU right off the bat. Not necessarily locked in yet, but Cali and Montagna. And obviously, big sniper rifle on Cali. Probably going to be covering the long angle out from ruins into that same balcony space that we were seeing hard breachers come from the other side's attack throughout just about every round here. And maybe Montaigne going in the same area, going in from balcony, trying to get right into the B site. He's going to find a lot of trouble dealing with Guardian Shocker's castle barricades, though, and it looks like he is fully locked in now. So this is a push.
Well, you don't see much Monty on this Aviator game site. I think it could be good on the default plant if you're going to have somebody swing on that, but I'm going to say I think it's pretty bold from what we've seen from CMU, but if you're going to have somebody like Teldrinwen potentially not show up as much in the fragging department as somebody like Platt or Mr. Pig, Monty might be the answer, but you need to have good communication. You need to have good timing as well. Otherwise, it's essentially a 4v5 with a living drone.
Yep. Yeah, that is the downside that you can have. It does take a lot of coordination to make this character really work effectively. Cyberx doing his best to bandit trick these. The wall is still going to get opened up. Yeah, despite his best efforts, there was a lot to do for the attack to remove his batteries. He's playing close still. That's kind of risky, but these sight holes really do cover a lot of area, and Kelly's going to take that shield away, so there's going to be a lot less angles for the defenders to hold this long sight line up.
So CMU, they've got the wall open. What now? You have Joe Gaming and Corwin underneath, probably pushing red sirs, and that is the play. Try to go for a pinch. The C4 is going to go up. I think it's just waiting around the door, so Teldrinwen knows if they enter, they're going to be dead. But Cyberx just kind of ends that little threat very early on, and instead it's just a little smoke push between CMU and York. Little game of chicken, and Cyberx does not get away. They do have Rook armor, but Mr. Pig ends the life of that bandit, not without a trade on Joe Gaming, of course.
Yep, this team does have a smoke, and now with a lot more pressure on site, some canisters are starting to get popped. Guardian Shocker has realized that he's lost B site pretty heavily, so he's going to have to watch these angles. Good thing they've placed the kill holes already, though he can watch that. And for now, it's a little bit safe. They know that they've still got a castle barricade, or at least they have a sense that it might still be up. And Montagna has been forced to retreat a little bit. Rel has been playing really far off. He hasn't caught anything, but I think the default cams are picking up a bit of movement for him.
Now CMU have definitely stalled, and that really is going to kill them in that situation because Ro is just on red stairs. There is no information that Corwin has that is going to help them in this situation as more bodies fall, and it is probably the two least people you want in a 1v3 or 2v3. Monty with only a pistol, and Callie with only that sniper rifle. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, whatever. It's York. They get the win, and now they're just one away from tying the knot.
Yeah, at the end there, we end up losing 2 lives to the castle, watching from the kill hole that we mentioned. And that, at that point, just represents a lack of droning in the late round, where you're going to need it to know what exactly to do about that final execution. And they're stuck with 2 operators that are not meant to be in that position, Montagna and Callie. But Callie does still have a secondary SMG, which can bring some firepower. You can definitely clutch off of that gun, especially with calls from your Monty friend. it just needed
Attackers need to
that
locate and
recognition
defuse
that
the
B
bomb.
site had become a no man's land. Neither team had control over it, but that meant neither team could go through it. And that means that you can send drones through there. That's an advantage that you have as an attacker. Once you've flushed out the defenders, you throw a drone in there, and you get to see who's looking at kill holes, who's looking in vault to get you as soon as you walk out into that objective. And that's the benefit of the Montania there as well. That's the information that just was not droned out thoroughly enough, not communicated well enough. We lose 2 lives to just that off angle from a castle, and it's not exactly a surprise trick, right? That's pretty normal to have that hold.
Not
5 seconds to
but I think we're still kind of seeing the same issues with TMU, despite the side swap. York are really inserting themselves in any information gap that is presented. Row 11 and 5. That is because a lot of times they just go unaccounted for. They're able to walk around on this study side, able to walk around potentially by kitchen, library, wherever they go. There's a good chance they will not be found out, and well, we kind of know how that goes.
Funny enough, I think the castle, or I think the Montania would probably be a little more effective even here. We don't have the castle as we did in the previous round. There's a lot less to deny that. Less accessible angles this time, but pretty consistently, both these teams have been really effective at removing the bandit batteries. They're not nearly as difficult to locate and actually destroy as Kaid was, and that's why we did see him removed at the beginning. That's why we weren't surprised by that at all. And it's a lot easier to solve. And yeah, right off the bat, we have total access there in master closet, and it's fully droned out into bathroom. So CMU is getting a lot of ground on master bedroom side. Mr. Pig going down below, looking once again to do some off-angle pushing, but he's playing alone. If he does get into a gunfight, there's going to be no one to refrag him if the opportunity arises.
Attackers have located a bomb.
All right, CMU. They got the wall open. Now what? That's the thing. I said it before, where CMU has just been like, okay, we finished objective A. Now somehow we need to get to objective B, and the path is not clear. They end up just kind of sitting around for a minute 20, droning out, seeing if they can get any single opportunity of which York is able to really exploit. That Row is able to go and sneak around behind. You're able to see York just get small positioning advantages that CMU cannot account for. Is that going to happen again? We're just seeing them kind of test the waters a little bit. And that might be the case with Joe Gaming going on, probably putting down that Osa shield, with Platt potentially planting behind it.
Yeah, that ping 5 means I think they're going to be trying to plant right here. I've got the C4 for the denial. That call's definitely coming out. I think Joe Gaming wasn't actually able to come in through statuary with the hold that they made, so this might not actually be a crouchable hole. On this off angle, the KB has finally found her way upstairs, but shut down immediately by Rowe, who is also started to rotate back to site, realizing that at 30 seconds, things have to go down. And Platt is going to put down the diffuser. He's also himself put down. Joe's got to move up there to cover for his teammate. There's only 2 defenders left, so I think these kills, they might be able to frag out of this round. Not anymore with that player running off. Rowe is going to kind of deny that. He's got to come back. He's going to need a retake in the final moments of the round. Joe Gaming now forced with 6 seconds left on the clock.
Ooh, Corwin hits the shots they need to. They see the body, and the Osa shield is going to be that protection that CMU so desperately needs. And now Rowe kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Uzi is just not enough to deal lethal damage to Corwin. And all they could do is just kind of look at Joe Gaming, potentially get that headshot on the rise, and it doesn't happen. So something goes CMU's way, and probably the best that we've seen them as well with that Osa shield. You do see Osa a lot of times with potentially lower tier teams, and it's because it's a little harder for the defense to work around it, and CMU just shows why.
Yeah, no, Joe Gaming did a really good job of using that utility. That's exactly what you want to do with it on that default plant. You get right in sight, and it's a near indefense or inattackable position, especially with a couple quick little frags that really went CMU's way. I think the one thing that I would have liked to see as a change on the attack that round, and this isn't even like a big gripe or anything, Mr. Pig went up red stairs. He's looking to get like an off angle. If he had controlled that, takes the first frag, he'd be pushing up over here by a little connector room at the top of the red stairs to get the off angle on statuary where the fighting ended up happening in the end. but I think he would have even controlled more space coming up Astro's side. There's really no pressure from either team on Astronomy. And even in those final moments, if Ro had been able to make the full rotation back to the other side of sight up Astronomy, then he'd actually be able to get back into sight instead of being stuck looking through that barricaded door trying to do one angle. But it ended up being pretty one-directional from both teams once the execute actually went down.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the case of hindsight, that it's like, oh, if you know, I made this decision, maybe things could have gone a different way. Here's the thing about that. York are still winning 6-2. Like, there is not too much pressure on them right now, considering how close that last run was that CMU took, and just how much York has dominated in this entire map. I don't really think they're worried too much, especially with Rogue consistently getting kills every single round. There just has to be one. Even if it takes a little bit longer, there just has to be one of which the chips fall in York's direction.
Yeah, mathematically, it's got to be 6 out of the next 7 rounds going Central Methodist, and you can't pick and choose which ones. It's got to be 4 in a row right now. So to start with this clutch or move on to second map, round 1 of many. Mr. Pig back in the basement once again, using his signature off-angle push, clearing out some more space and looking for roamers using his utility. All right, there we go. That's the EMP grenade going off, and it's going to slow down CyberRex, but he's doing a great job of bandit tricking and slowing this all down. Corwin, I think, wants to get his device on the wall as well to just clear out all of the site, but electrification still holding staunch is not going to allow that. We got a little bit of duel sizing up in the basement.
Yeah, the impact EMPs, but the C4 goes out, and there goes there goes one of the only hard breach. They do have one more with Corwin, but that means that, honestly, bandit tricking means that Fuse is kind of off the menu. With the amount of time it takes for the secondary hard breach to blow up, the impact EMPs are not going to do the job. So basically, hard breach is done for. CyberRex has completely done his job, and now he could just sit behind this shield, call out where these CMU players are coming from, and hopefully get a kill or two.
Yep, the run back on this C4, it finds its mark this time, not on the doorway, but not quite deep enough into the hallway, and Osa gets to keep her shield. That's really big, really big for the offense, especially if they want to go for the same default plant as before. And right now, the defense is realizing just what is coming up. Fun Size Ain't Fun gets a big kill on Mr. Pig. There's not going to be any flank from the attack, and there is this pivot. Eldran is taking the position on Astronomy and is choking out that second side. Defense has to open up that barricade so that they don't repeat last round.
Not at the same situation. There is a deployable shield to actually help the defense, but the attack is still able to get that diffuser down, and the smoke canisters were essentially of no help. Corwin pops right up, gets the headshot, and it just seems like it is the same round over again. CMU putting that Osa shield up, getting the diffuser down, and with Hesler not aware that potentially someone is in bathroom, they do spot it, but with just the time left on the clock, there is no chance that York walk away. So CMU, they have made some good adaptations, but now York gets to go back to that Aviator game site.
Yeah, this is where they want to make that stand to try and finish off the map. I think the onus really is on York right there in that last round. They, I think, had some opportunity to look back on the problems of the last round and really didn't do anything different. They had the close shield, which was a benefit, but it didn't do anything to stop the push fully. And I think just about everything else went the same way. Mr. Pig gets shot down coming up red stairs. We do have a player on the attack rotate through Astronomy, but also Kessler wasn't able to locate any of his smoke grenades in the pivotal spot on default plant, and he had a full line of sight for it, and that would have done a huge service to the defense.
You spot that in that little corner, that you're not getting that plan down. It's just simple as that. But like I said, no worries in the York department, because Aviator Games was York through and through. They can just rest on this site, bring that Rook, bring that Bandit, and Rogue gets to go back on that Jaeger that I'm assuming he loves so much. Every Jaeger player just kind of falls back on old habits sometimes, even though he's not what he used to be with the ACOG, the 3-speed, the old ADS, where it had 3 charges instead of going on cooldown for 10 seconds. Man, Jaeger used to be so strong.
Yeah, it's crazy because he's still great. And the thing is, like, really, even if he does take, I mean, as he keeps taking more and more nerfs the longer we go, for an old head, it's one of those things where he's always been too good not to play just about every round. So whatever iteration that Ubisoft serves us up of Jaeger, you're going to learn how to play it. So it's just so comfortable with so much game time that everyone's been forced to get on him. So despite having so much recoil, so many fewer bullets in the mag, so much smaller of a scope, I think Ro's still going to control this thing quite well. And he's got plenty of kills right now. He's been feeling himself all map, so he just needs to
He has been spotted out. That is something that seemed to have struggled with, is taking out Ro early on. It's always been in the thick of things, maybe in that last 20 seconds that have allowed victory to fall their ways. Well, Corwin wasting no time, and Platt wasting no time hopping over towards that 90 side, but Teldron, who made a big impact in the previous rounds, is done and dusted for potentially in this entire map, as 90 is no longer in CMU's control, and York just is able to peer all the way, take out the hard breach. And well, Corwin, that secondary hard breach that I mentioned, I don't think it's really going to have any time to work in this round.
We've seen that duel every single round of this offensive half. Mr. Pig versus Ro. Finally, Mr. Pig is the one coming out on top. He was having a great time on defense, but it just wasn't translating since he swapped to the KB. He's been giving some more information to his teammates, but he hasn't been able to clutch up just that first frag every single time. So this is the start, especially while they're down a player. Every single kill is going to be pivotal. Actually, barricading off Study, I think, is a mistake from York. They totally gave away that full entry room, which you know is going to get used by the attackers. So CMU wasted no time getting that space, moving on in. Unfortunately, on other sides, they don't have as much intel to work off of, not as much safe space. Joe Gaming, despite being down, is well within vicinity of Mr. Pig now that we're getting to the deep round, so it's a 3v3 proper.
That is killer, because 90 is given up to York. Joe Gaming does not go down, and now York are down in the man. Just have to wait until the storm fully comes for them. It's going to be just a little bit longer until that happens with the death of Corwin. CMU, the clock is not on their side in this engagement. Neither is the man count. Mr. Pig does not have the diffuser and has to go for kills. But as we reach 3, 2, 1, it seems like that is not going to happen. And York takes a little longer, but they win Villa.
Yeah, but it wasn't looking too doubtful for quite some time, especially coming off of that 5-1 half. It was just a matter of time, and despite that pre-fire being correct on the first player, knowing where he was looking for, the big CZ iron sights make it hard to really lock on. There's another player to boot in that final clutch or map 2 round, but we'll be on Bank next. When we come back, we'll be calling off for a little bit of a break for the players to get all prepped, talk about that map, and really see what they're going to be doing as we continue on the matchup.
back to NECC. We just saw map 1 York. Won 7-3 and now get to go to Bank with potentially a little bit of confidence, a little bit of momentum behind their back.
Yeah, to be fair to Central Methodist here, though, this is their map pick now. So this is going to be what they're looking for in order to really pull back away, bring back to even on that 1-1 map split. So that is their goal here, to move towards that final map once they get there. So we'll be continuing on this. York College once again on the defense.
Yeah, and well, York looked good on their attack, and a lot of that came down to, I think, CMU just having a little bit of misalignment on their defense, and that could potentially be alleviated by their own map pick. They would potentially know Bank better, but I think Villa, it's kind of starting to get to one of those maps where everybody should kind of know. It's getting played so much more, and with the amount of times it's getting played, you kind of got to realize that the strats that are working, the strats that aren't, maybe it's time for some changes, but like I said, I think Bank should be a lot better for CMU. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, and Bank has come to be a little bit of an off-pick map. So it's one of those where Central Methodist is probably more comfortable here, and there's a pretty reasonable chance that York College of Pennsylvania just hasn't run as many maps here. So that could be a benefit just on familiarity. We're looking at Navigators Division, and at this level of play, it's one of these things where just by the nature of it, a lot of times teams have more of a limited number of ways to play individual objectives, unless it's one of those like in their pocket. And if it's like your pocket map, the one you like, the one that you're looking for in map ban, that's usually something that you have a lot more flexibility with, just because you've probably spent more time back in the lab practicing with your team, just seeing what works, really studying it some more. And that's what can really bring together a lot of some of the swing heaviness that we have in some of these matchups, depending on what maps we are on.
So as we're just kind of waiting to get into the game, seeing what Bank will bring, I want to ask about, have you seen any of the SI matches?
I haven't gotten a chance to watch much. No,
I've not gotten a chance. Well, it has been very exciting, yes, because if anybody watching doesn't know, essentially the Rainbow Six World Championship, the Siege Invitational, Six Invitational, I think is actually what it's called, is happening right now, and we're actually getting through the bracket stage. In person is going to start on Friday. I actually have like my duffel bag packed for it. It's going to be great.
Heck yeah, that's gonna be really exciting. Traveling up to Canada is right.
Oh yeah. Montreal. See all the buddies that are hanging out in Rainbow Six. It'll be great.
Yeah, shout out to our Canadians in the NECC community. I know we've got quite a few schools from just a little bit north across that border.
There are definitely a lot of them. As well, we have gotten on in. I am expecting this to be just kind of standard. Nothing crazy. Maybe we even see the exact same operators. And Mira, she's going to be even stronger on Bank, especially on that basement side. She has to go for sure. But instead, Yor goes for the Dekebi, which I think is a little bit of an attack.
yeah, I have the slight suspicion that might be a little bit targeted. On the other side, Central Methodist, they gave us the meta ban before, so we'll see if they stick with that as well. This time, Thatcher, like 100%. I'm sure I can speak for you here, Light Rose. That's my number one expected pick or ban from either side. Yep. Once again, the meta, they're not willing to deal with her.
Yeah, I think that with the last one potentially being a Kaid or a Valkyrie, both are valid. The Kaid goes instead, so pretty standard. The only difference being that, Jackal's gone. Or he is not gone. He is here. He's ready to play, and I think that he should get some play with the ability to take down a player like Rowe, who is just somewhere on the map, and it is just, where's Waldo looking for?
Yeah, I think those bans should encourage some more offsite play. Both teams have shown that they're a little less eager than I'd expect to be throwing Valkyrie out there, with how much intelligence that she gives to the team and how she can kind of play her life off, because once she's set her cameras, they give full value. The only thing that she's got that she could die and lose value from is gun, which is good, and a C4, but that makes her a perfect opportunity offsite.
Alright, so we've seen some trap operators being played. We saw a little bit of cap can. I want to see the impact that Frost is gonna have. I don't know if you've ever seen like the Frost curve. I don't think it's a bell curve.
Oh yeah.
But it's basically the impact that Frost has as you go through like the competitive tier. When you start out, Frost is like pretty powerful because people don't look down, but then as you go along, maybe get into like gold, plat, people learn to look for Frost mats, but then as you get into the highest level of play with the 6 Invitational, Frost is like just as good as she was back in Copper Bronze because pro players just don't expect to look down. So which side of the coin are we on here?
Yeah, I guess we'll get to see how much value that gives. We did already see Capcan gives some good value brought for 1 round and securing a kill off of a gadget alone, and a gadget that you don't have to do anything other than just set up, and that is a win in my playbook for the character. Mr. Pig has heard from the Takebi pick, but he's still got some DMRs to be working with, so we'll see Twitch come out, and Twitch has been really effective for both teams so far.
Which definitely has me. Mr. Pig, and I think who was on the Twitch? Was it Kessler?
Yep.
Or York? Was always able to just get that drone in, zap the band of batteries, and get the wall open when Thatcher wasn't around, when sometimes you didn't have the impact EMPs that CMU luckily is bringing in this engagement. So the amount of time that's still on the clock, even though I think a Twitch drone has been taken out, Mr. Pig just has so much info, so much utility that they can use with that Twitch. These walls are going to get open, plain as day.
Yep, EMP's going down. The Selma charges are doing their job as well. And the defenders, they're hearing this, getting a little bit restless. We're seeing pings go out and a couple slow rotations up to try and catch some off angles. Not much going off yet, though. They're instead holding staunch, except for one little Jaeger player, Ro, who has historically been playing pretty aggressively on the roam. He's looking for a little pick up the top box.
Ooh, Kessler gets 2 and then just whoop, right back down to their old position like nothing ever bothered them in the first place. So CMU, they are aware that Ro is sneaking up the stairs, so not as big of an impact as potentially he previously did, but I don't think that's even really necessary with what Kessler was able to do with who was taken off the board. There still is Osa. Treasure, there still is this fabled operator that is such a struggle for the defense to deal with.
Ooh, yep, and Joe has made it into objective. Oh, that's a great wall-banging position, the little kill hole. Guardian Shocker comes out, puts down flat, and now Mr. Pig and Joe Gaming are alone together. Rotation off here from Guardian Shocker, looking to get another wall bang, just making it terrifying for Joe Gaming. There's bullets coming from both sides. He's pinched in this 90 degrees, and only that plexiglass in front of him is keeping him up. On the other side, Joe has to start finding some kills. C4 sails overhead and just absolutely denies play. There's so many holes in all of these walls, and there's nothing that can be done but straight into Guardian Shocker's rounds.
Well, they have found some solution to that Osa. The only real counter, explosive C4's impact. Everything is needed to counter her. And York got it. They got the job done, and they get to go to potentially the best site on all of Bank Basement. And they're bringing the clash. The one shield operator we haven't really seen. I mean, we haven't seen Blitz. We haven't seen Clash. We did see Monty on the side of the CMU attack. Currently, they are not going to bring, but ooh, that Clash is just so quizzical to me. I want to know how Fun Size is going to use her.
Yeah, I mean, if I guess, I'd say we're probably looking at something over here by server side, just denying entry from the attackers, whether they come from tunnel or even just down blue stairs, or at the very least this choke point, right where Fun Sized is right now on that doorway. That's going to require some hard breaching for a default push that way. Yeah, seeing this basement, there's some switches coming out from CMU, or at least one from the Twitch on Corwin over to Cat. Now, he's probably going to indicate a push over here from server side.
Changes on the board for CMU. Yeah, you talked about the Capital. Smokes are very important on this side. Not only like smoke grenades, but smoke. The operator, who is not here, is also pretty important. And that means the only form of plant denial that York has to potentially counter a smoke plant that Capital brings, combined with the smoke grenades that Mr. Pig has, is going to be the C4 of Kessler. And I don't really count Clash as a plant denial, so if CMU are able to get in the site, get that smoke down, does York have a plan?
Interesting. They're starting off with splintered attacks. Tunnel is the first one. It's probably going to be our main attack. Yep. Teldranwin pushing up, and it's going to be met pretty swiftly here with the presence of our Clash that we've spoken about. I like the Rotero. It's going to take away not the life from fun size ain't fun, but these batteries on the wall. Yep, both of them reduced immediately, and even a throwable gone through there, taking out the Rooney gate. Yep. Ping 5 is right, Clash. There's going to be some hard breach coming through. Live Clash reaction. Ping 5.
Yeah, well, if voices sometimes don't work, the location pinging is going to be the best bet. Bro hears that some players are walking through this garage, so it is a double-ended push. But who is sneaking down those red stairs? It is Kessler. They do not need to bandit trick. They can instead just wait their time. CMU hear the beep. Did they hear that little, metal detector go off? Plat is going to drone it out. Does certify that there is a bandit up on the blue stairs, but information cannot save the floor as from death, as the Clash is just going to continue to give information away. CMU are just kind of stuck. That is the problem that they always have.
Yeah, here's the thing with the Clash is it just dead ends a dedicated push through this side of the objective, and the attack is not playing for hatches. They do have Habana available, but they didn't pick her, so clearly the basement hatches are not going to be opened up as your primary attack. It would take 2 out of 3. Oh, that's rough. Of the Selma charges. Whew. A little spooky there. Everyone is going to be feeling on edge, so we get to the final 30 seconds. There's still 9 players up. 1 is still outside. He's not going to be able to get into anything, and the attack has fully rotated here to garage. 3 players over there, while 1 just distracts the Clash as much as they can. This looks very comfortable for the defense. Yep. York opens up a second kill. Guardian Shocker taking out Mr. Pig. And they're just going to hold these side angles. There's nothing there for us to do. Rowe and Kessler firing them out. A flawless round in the end.
Yeah, it was kind of expected. Going through garage when the entire enemy team knows you are there, you are literally walking down a death funnel. You can only enter 2 doors, and all of them are going to be watched. CMU, they got 1 attack on Villa. So beating that is kind of the default. But with what has happened so far, York have not stepped off the gas pedal. They have continued to drive forward. Teller's Archives, I think, should be the final test. Whether CMU have any answer to this defensive lineup, to this defensive composition. Otherwise, you have to look at York. Any mistakes they're going to make to see CMU pick up a round.
Yeah, well, for starters, we're moving over to Tellers as our objective of choice for round 3. And this one is a little bit more forgiving on the attacker's side. There's a lot more focus on gunfights, less on utility here. There's more straight up doorways and breachable walls on this objective. So there's some more flexibility. And that's something that basement doesn't really have. There's no ability to come at the objective from below. You can't throw explosives at the defenders from below at all. Like, full stop, you're in the basement. And from above, most of it is just solid concrete, and no operators can do anything about concrete. And not bringing Habana there really actually, or at least a Maverick, it's a big handicap to put on your attack, because hatches are one of the only consistent ways to create some additional lines of fire into the basement. So the lack of that in the last objective might be due to one of the more stringent objectives. This one might loosen things up for CM. That's what we're hoping for.
Taking their time, droning on out. And if CMU aren't careful, they could see Fun Size walk up from the basement. Now, he is all the way down there. There's nobody to detect with that IQ. There's no Solace. There's no Vigil. on the board. So it is just going to be guns blazing. And if we look to our right, we see Fun Size just lurking, waiting, completely unaccounted for by Teld. And now the swing comes, and Zofia is dropped from the lineup, and there goes the first member of CMU. Are more going to follow? Rowe, unfortunately, falls down, and now a good amount of map control is given to this CMU squad.
All right, and reinforcements are coming. Joe Gaming coming down off the roof. He's given the intel. They have great control over the second floor. They're going to be able to leverage this pretty quickly at this point. So yeah, unless there's a deep rotation from the defense away from the site. Upstairs. Okay. All right, second can opener going on to this hatch. Something that we didn't see much on last round, but it's going to be a big benefit trying to get into open area. Still on blue stairs, though. Fun Size ain't fun. His location was given away, but he's confident that he could run this one back.
I mean, yeah, with how open this site is, if you walk up from blue, you stay there the entire time, you have a good view of that entire site. So as long as Fun Size is not droned out, is not shot at, CMU's chances of actually winning this round are just going to slowly diminish because there is just this large portion of map control that they have not taken out. Guardian Shocker cannot get the shots, but who is there? It's Fun Size, and more CMU members just cannot handle the pure heat that is coming from these York gun barrels. They're going to try their best, maybe even a shot from Corwin, but he doesn't even look in the same spot exactly where Kessler is. Joe Gaming all alone in the 1v2, can't make it a 1v1 with those shots. The C4 goes out, almost lethal damage, basically lethal with how much damage he can take at this rate. Kessler pops up. All it takes is one bullet, and Joe Gaming does receive that one bullet.
Yep, that's all you need. And there's a thorn gadget on top of that doorway as well. There was no way out for our intrepid attacker. Corwin did get the case all the way into sight, but with teammates falling around on every side, there's just nothing to be done with it, especially with two hankers still just chilling in sight. The picks aren't coming to CMU on the attack right now. We've got a full perfect rotation from York's defense. That means that they get to go all the way back up to administration office.
Well, this was, I think this was probably the best site for CMU because of how they could utilize the OSA, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But there was also a little bit given to them from York over how a lot of those roamers just kind of pushed the envelope. Maybe didn't wait as long as they could, got antsy, and CMU did take advantage of that. If York doesn't do that, if Rowe stays back just a little bit longer, CMU are going to struggle a lot more, not just have those picks gifted to them, because that is where a lot of these rounds come close, is where York maybe gets a little too antsy.
Yeah, they are positioned where they have one shield that they could use to potentially get a lot of pressure second floor hallway in order to pressure the hard breach of admin wall, which was that crux of the CMU attack last time. So I expect there will be a little bit more intention from York to try and stop that in particular. They start off a little quiet though, right off the bat. CMU not going to site directly for I think any other players. I was going to say for the most part, but I think everyone's going somewhere a little separate, except for Corwin, who is actually going to assault site on these windows, immediately putting some pressure on the anchors.
I would say I think that does come with a little bit of risk, because somebody could really swing on that, but if he doesn't, then it's just kind of clear for the taking. Only one hockey puck got exposed from the cluster charge because just kind of quick with it. Guardian was able to shoot it out, not get much damage from it. And that is something of a risk that Fuse has, is if the cluster charge gets shot out, nothing happens. Fuse essentially has no gadgetry.
I keep seeing this issue for attacks on both sides here, and I've realized what it was. Like, something was just not quite feeling right. There's these shields that are just not getting dealt with very quickly. Drain one has the Zofia this time. He didn't quite hit what he needed to open up the shield, though, and is absolutely just pulled up on by Kessler, who makes a great pick there. Swaps out, he gets away as fast as he can. Diffuse is going off elsewhere. No, none of the rest of that matters. Yeah, C4 goes off, doesn't kill Joe, not until bullets come back out from Fun Size. Ain't fun, but the diffuser is down, and now everyone is thrown into an absolute flurry. Corwin's still on this angle on the hallway, but he's so far away from his diffuser.
Oh no, you can hop in, but yeah, it is diffused. That castle barricade crushing the hopes and dreams. It's still a good counteract by York there. CMU did a good job hopping in the site, taking advantage of a little bit of a lackluster site control. It's just that post plan that they've struggled with time and time again. They couldn't hold on to it.
I think the problem stems a little further back. Not much. I think the plant. It just wasn't the time for it. You have the ability to get the plant, but if you've still got one of your players all the way in main lobby, they're not going to be able to play with you at all. They are going to be having to wait until basically all of the execution has finished. And that's what ends up happening exactly. Corwin just isn't able to act with his team because they've jumped the gun on the diffuser a little bit. It's one of those, sometimes you have to be a little patient. Diffuser's a win con, but they still had a lot of time on the clock, nearly a minute.
You think it's one of the things where, was it communicated all that the plant was going down? And was there a synergy of like, yes, we need to go for the plant now? I think it was just still... There's not always harm in getting that plant down. I think it is just how you position yourselves afterwards that is that problem. You need to prepare for it. And I just don't think the preparation was there. I do like to see CMU actually find some success getting that plant.
All right, yeah, C4 going out. Once again, we see a C4 sadly going off to open up some soft destruction, but it hasn't really been hurting Kessler on getting kills. He's gotten some plant denial with it, or at least threatened it a couple times, which is really nice for him. So it is a shame to see it go by the wayside, but his gun is what's been doing the work for the team.
Oh yeah, I mean, 7-0, like reverse James Bond at this rate. Fun Size hasn't died, and then you just kind of look at CMU, like, not to say like, wow, that is a large comparison, but Joe Gaming, nothing. Eldrin, nothing. And York, I mean, I think that is also the problem, is that right now they are just constantly winning that mechanical skill department.
Yeah, once again, this is just looking like a choking map so far. It's similar to what we saw last map, and there was a little bit more pressure from CMU on the second half, especially. So I don't anticipate this one going down without any yelp, but something really has to change up. Oh, I kind of started a point earlier about these shields, and no grenades have really been picked. I don't know if I've actually seen grenades picked a single time by either roster. So Jan here brings a lot of value. Those grenades, I think, were just being used for utility. Rotero might be going in along with this smoke, not to cover a plant, though, just to try and keep flash away. I would have loved to see a plant attempt in that smoke at this point. Just anything to really motivate this instead of dumping utility for no benefit.
There is still one smoke left, and two in the pocket of Mr. Pig. Right now is on a little bit of an adventure. Mr. Pig's fancy adventure is cut short. Probably not the way you'd want with a bullet, but CMU, they're stuck outside the site. Don't have the man count, don't have utility. What can you do in these 45 seconds but just kind of walk in the site with a clash in play? Corwin is swiftly ended, and well, Kessler has reached 10 kills without dying. 11 kills. Treasure. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't have much hope for CMU.
Yeah, that's our second flawless defense for York so far. They are rolling in this right now, feeling real good for themselves. And back to Teller, seeing if they can pull off a second full site rotation and even a perfect half if they can find this last one. This is the one where we, I don't know if it was the strongest attack overall, but I think this is the one where the run back might have the highest chance for Central Methodist to have their say. We're seeing some interesting things right off the bat in Amaru. Sometimes a Hail Mary attempt, sometimes a character that can give you so much value to the team just by those really, really lightning quick rotations that she can give by getting like up on top of rooftops or down from them at a breakneck pace.
Okay, so if CMU are getting a little dicey, let's see some cool plays. Like, Corwin, just like, screw everything. Zip into the site. Get a kill. Mr. Pig, I want to see some blitz rushes. Okay, Ying, that's the same thing. Like, something cool, please. Make it entertaining, CMU.
Attacker's objective is to defuse
Something entertaining. Okay, I actually like this Ying pick. She's pretty self-sustaining character, but also with those can openers, she can bring a lot more to the team if Mr. Pig moves up to his teammates as much. But yeah, we are seeing a lot of the oranges and yellows of fame some years ago on the attacking side. So we'll see if they can make use of that shock and awe, especially stacking up together in lobby. A-Site is going to be the one to get our attention, I think, for most of this round, but the castle barricade and the electrified walls on either opposing sides are going to be a big task to deal with. Oh, there's even mute jammers on the castle barricade, so it's got to be done with proper explosives.
I do like the usage of the IQ. Like, with Valkyrie not being in, or with Valkyrie in play, having the IQ just kind of seems like a normal reaction. Having the mutes and the thorns as well just means that IQ, her usage is very, very good. It's just kind of about what do you do with the gadgetry. Like, you see the Valkyrie camera, but you don't have the exact angle to take it out. So do you risk kind of pushing forward without running it out? But every decision CMU makes is going to inherently come with risk. And at this point in the game, I just don't know if you go high risk, high reward, or really play it about as safe as you can. Blitz is crouch walk, so I think it is the latter.
Still undetected to our knowledge. No metal detectors tripped. A few gunshots going by, but I don't think they're directed at this trio that we've been watching. Yeah, Guardian's watching quite the opposite direction. Oh, now the cat is out of the bag. They hear the shield. That motion detector's about to go off. The blinding nades come out, and everyone's got to get to ground. Ro takes the first kill, taken out flat. That is a huge benefit for the defense, and he's going to drop down right behind. He's going to kill this attack before it gets going, but he doesn't anticipate this third and final player on the push. Joe is inside, but he needs Corwin to get over here and start picking up headshots for him. He's just stuck with only a pistol in hand.
drop the diffuser.
Well, it's just Blitz. He ends as his final act as Blitz. He ends Kessler's deathless run. 11-1. Woe is York. Yeah, look at that. How sad that they're only up 6-0 and their top fragger is only 11-1, not 11-0.
Well, hey, if you can't win, at least make a statement, I'd say. Knock him down a peg and at least get some kills and make that attempt at the flashy blinding play.
I mean, something is definitely needed for CMU. They go on the defense. Wouldn't be surprised if they do get a couple, as that has kind of been the play. As York took a little bit to get adjusted on Villa. Sometimes they just struggled to get certain sites done, but CMU have to run it back in the 3 sites twice without losing, with everything that has happened so far, with Kessler being 11-1. I mean, do you have any, this is going to sound very bad, but do you have any hope for CMU?
I mean, it's one of these things. We get to this point, and despite anything short of a miracle run is us waiting for York to find that moment where they can pick up one round and end this with a 2-0 map split. But for CMU, right now what they're playing for is tiebreakers. At the end of their season, looking at playoffs, looking at their seeding for playoffs, rounds do count whenever they hit a tie with another team for their overall match counts. And we're very early into the season, of course, being week 2. So a lot of this is a little hard to see right now, but I hope that they're able to keep that in focus and play their hearts out for every one of these rounds, because it might mean a huge difference.
Yeah, and a 7-0 and a 7-1 are inherently different. Like, they feel a lot. One is a lot better than the other, and that is because you at least took one round off your opponent in what was otherwise a very one-sided affair. there. And that still has a chance at happening. With the ACS-12, I don't know what it is about these teams. They just love the ACS-12, but Cyberx cannot hit his shots. And unfortunately for Telstrin, they got their first kill of the entire map, but it is immediately followed with their own death.
Ooh, Valkyrie's doing her work right now. Platt has been live feeding intel about where these attackers are, but it's not going to be translated into a kill right now for the defense. Once I say Fun, decide what exactly to do with this. He's going to set up the shield and look to take the gunfight himself. He's got a nice rifle in the 5.56 X5. He's not sure if he really wants to peek that big slug shot.
Well, Fun Size did decide to peek, and Joe Gaming not going to be hiding anymore behind those Kiva barriers. Corwin takes their place instead, and I think it was the perfect time to. York just not aware of that, and instead of the site being open, York having the man count advantage, they have to take a step back, reposition themselves, and potentially with Mr. Pig on these red stairs, not have a fun time being down. Man count shots are going to be fired, but Rogue gets away with their life. So far, it's a missed opportunity, and it's one that's going to sting.
Yeah, that banister has absolutely paid the price for him to get out, eating all of those bullets up. Now, the diffuser has made its way to site for the attack. York is looking to finish this one off strong. They've got a big window of opportunity right now. Yep, there's a Valkyrie to shut down. Kessler finds his kill, and now he's got a second pair of hands to shoot alongside him. He's got two already. He's looking for a third one to clutch this out and put the map away, blinding his opponents while he's got the chance. May as well throw those out there and make it even more difficult for Mr. Pig, who's a little late to this party. His head is visible, but he still is able to beat him out. Finds the body shots to finish that out after the down. Guardian Shocker backed against the wall, waiting to hear what's
Attackers. Position compromised.
Oh, he gets the kill. He gets the defuse. So it is not a 7-0. It's a 7-1. And a great play by Mr. Pig and York.
Bomb defusing.
They had everything. They had the Osa shields. They had time positioning. Just that one final thing. You gotta hit your shots. In the end, that is what matters. And Mr. Pig was able to click heads. So one round. It's maybe that's all CMU gets, but they did get one round, Treasure.
Yeah, and I think further than that, other than just hitting the shots, I think to get to, on the real nitty gritty, I know you're feeling so confident. You're in the 2v1. You got the plan down. There's one guy on the other side of sight. He's got to like schlump his way all the way over there.
As many bombs
But
as they can.
you don't peek it. Like, you have no reason to. It's a character that you know is holding no explosives to take away what you've set up behind that barricade. And even if they were, you see that they're pulling out. Actually, I guess may have had impacts. There's a possibility. But if Yorizami were to start pulling out an impact, you have an opportunity to peek there. You can play entirely reactive, because as an attack with diffuser down, especially behind a shield, you're the defender now. Like, you don't have to peek corners. Play smart with it, right? There's really should be no cracks for Joe Gaming to whatever. Mr. Pig, sorry, at the end.
I think
Attackers are moving out.
it goes back to just how much of a lead York has.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
They don't really have to worry. It's the same exact thing on Villa. They don't have to worry. Corwin still uses that C4 to open that hatch. So there's just going to be a CMU staple.
Yeah, hey, I see a lot of you guys in chat. Someone tell him for me, please. Stop doing that with the C4s. I went, oh, okay, well, that's a little funny. Sometimes it's reasonable at the beginning, but at this point, it's happening too much. Oh my god, and something else is happening too much. Him running out and getting these headshots without really any pressure. That is great for him to see.
Attackers have located
Especially the fact that Osa is Osa. The impact that she has had. Luckily, you're going to have them on. So everything is not lost, and actually able to give off the information of a player over in blue without the real danger of getting shot. Wow, Guardian just fires a couple little shots over towards the bomb chassis, finds one. You're gonna have to be thanking your lucky stars you got that one. And without a smoke or a C4 in play, you could honestly just go for this. Go try to plan, because with the Monty in play, there is so much Overwatch coverage that York have everything they need to win this.
All right, there we go. Smoke goes down. He's going to turtle up with the shield on his back, covering him up, even if there's some stray gunshots. Some gunshots, maybe not stray, do come through and take out his defender, but that's the Overwatch from up above. That is going to find the free frag with the diffuser down. Mr. Pig's in a tight spot. He has been seen now, so he knows that that location has been pinged to some other players. Joe doesn't stand a chance against Kessler up there, and Mr. Pig has to get 2 more and 1 against a Monty right now. It's going to be a little easier if you can pick up Kessler, but it just won't happen. York is to move out of here, dropping 1 round in their second map, but a solid 2-0 for their second week.
That 1 round was all it needed for York to kind of finish the job in the end, but from beginning to end, they kind of had control over the entire game.
Yeah, real solid showing all the way through for York College of Pennsylvania. They will be moving on into the beginning of their season with a 2-0 record, which is really nice for them to be seeing. On the other side, Central Methodist right now, they're sitting at 0-2. We're still early in the season, so a full losing record is something that can be mended pretty darn quickly. They got plenty of opportunities, so keep your eyes out for them as we continue in that Navigators division in upcoming weeks.
Getting into the thick of things, but we're going to go to a quick break between things, so do not go anywhere. We have that second match of the night right around the corner.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. We apologize for the small wait, but we finally have everyone up and ready to go in just a few short moments. My name is Fellow, joined here by Light Rose, and we're here to talk over the Emergence Division, where we've got NKE Esports versus the University of Louisville Black. What can you tell us about these two teams, V?
Yeah, so Louisville Black coming off it, they've got a little bit of a harder match, and then their opponent, of course, coming off with MKE Esports, the greatest logo that we've ever seen in collegiate.
True.
They had a little bit of an easier time. 7-1, 7-3 had to pull up the make sure the match sheet. And well, I mean, you're looking for a little bit more of a challenge, potentially maybe going up against more of your skill level if you are MKE. And for Louisville, obviously, they're looking to get a win here. Everybody's looking to get a win here. It's week 2. You want to get a good head start.
Well, we'll take a quick look at the rosters for the side of Milwaukee just to get us a little more entranced in their teams. We've got Sharkbait, followed up by Hazard, Assured, Legend, Danny Destructo, and Roundy for their full 5 roster. One interesting fact that really spoke out to me as a commentator who has to deal with freelance taxing is that Sharkbait also does not like the IRS. So a little bit unbiased here, but I am definitely rooting for Milwaukee today, as Sharkbait really seems to know how to favor us freelance talent.
Yeah, tax season's coming up, fellow. We're
It's
gonna
already
have to deal
here.
with it. Look, it's not till April, so we can take a little bit of our time, as we definitely have a little bit to go. But Louisville Black, you've got Maze, Aqua, Qualzy, Icarus, and Iggy. Maybe a little bit more easier to say names. And interesting note, I know it's not any of these players we see, but you got one of these players who have actually been in the Macy's Day Parade. Pretty cool. I haven't thought of the Macy's Day Parade in like forever.
Yeah, and I'm not too sure if they actually do multiple parades except the one on Thanksgiving. That's the one that everyone really knows. I'm sure they do more than just that, but unfortunately, our little stories will have to end just shortly. We'll quickly take a glance at the map ban, see where we're going in this best of 3, which seems to be just Border, Oregon, and Villa. So all things considered, fairly normal bans overall, except for maybe the Border pick, but that is probably just a personal preference map that Milwaukee likes to go to. And rushing through this map, Vito, because everyone is itching to actually start the match. We're already heading in through the operator bans, which then we can talk about in a few short moments. We already can see what operators have been removed off the playing field for both Milwaukee and Louisville Black, and all of you can now see that as well. Twitch chat seems to be just a Thatcher so far, which on Border isn't too uncommon. He's probably one of the more favored bans as a whole for the attacking half. And the second one to follow that up seems to be a Flores, which is also pretty common if you are a team that prefers to run a lot of utility, especially shields on your defensive half, as Flores is a pretty big hard counter to that utility.
Yeah, especially on that armory site. If you can somehow sneak in a Rotero, it can do monstrous damage to any amount of utility you're putting up, whether it is wall denial, whether it is utility denial. You're always going to have a welcome of Flores if you're on the attack, and Azami is one of those counters to Flores. And man, Azami, we have seen so many creative plays with her, especially with SI going on Border. It's really no wonder that Louisville Black took her off the board, because she can just be an absolute nightmare. She can plug up breaches. She can just make an entire areas of the map hard to control because of those Kiva barriers. Sadly, she is gone, John.
Usually one of the safest hard counter bans you tend to employ when going on Border, because, like you mentioned, she is so viable on this map specifically that if you're a team that can struggle with clearing out the map, with getting control of power spots like, for example, CCTV, which tends to be defended on almost every single bomb site that is in play for Border. If you remove her, that process becomes a lot more linear, and it gives you much more time to focus then on the execute and not just trying to burn through key barriers for the next minute 30, or however long it may take you to get through that primary utility. Seems like for Milwaukee, they are starting out on the more iconic bomb site of Border, that being Armory and Lockers, with a fairly normal lineup, besides maybe Desire opting to bring out the Rook. But, you know, the P90, it's definitely seen worse iterations in the competitive scene, so maybe we can see this thing really sing on round number 1 against Louisville.
Oh, it is having its time in the sun right now. With Solus in play, the P90.
That's true.
And the extended barrel buff. Like, it is having some... Yeah, no, because the P90, like, it is a pea shooter. It takes so long to chunk somebody down without hitting a headshot. So if you do not hit a headshot, you put that extended barrel on, you're going to have a lot better of a time. But Louisville Black bringing out a pretty standard comp. You've got those impact EMPs really as your only form of denial towards those Kaid. Maze, though, will probably go underneath so they can find those Kaid claws, use those impact EMPs without wasting any form of utility, because it's very low range. It does not have a large range, so you need to get the best utility possible out of those impact EMPs.
So far for Louisville, just trying to pinpoint a couple of pieces of utility like we talked about with the help of that IQ scanner. So, like you mentioned as well, those very sparing pocket EMPs can be used at just the right moment to help maybe get some of those balls opened up, or just removing some of those ADSs for the late round. Milwaukee, despite having a Jackal available to them, not going on too much of a roam clear, besides over on the break room side of the map, which is still pretty typical. So they've got a good chunk of the map already in their pocket, at least on this top floor, but that potential of a flank, especially with Icarus not having a lot of air jabs deployed, definitely seems feasible for Milwaukee, especially if Louisville just get too concerned with trying to clear out positions like Office and Fallon that are already free when you have people still roaming on that first floor like Roundy.
You have to think with the amount of utility that Louisville have, Nomad, Lion, Jackal, there's no way Roundy gets it, right? Everything considered, he still has not been found out. There is still not an air jab there. And he still gets the kill on the Maze. Everything considered, the Lion Scan's gonna make him stand still. But does he get away? Does he find the second kill onto Iggy? It's a cat and mouse game between the two. A couple feet get shot on roundies, but so far, just the amount of time that this Jaeger is able to waste. Already, you are getting so much usage out of this Jaeger.
Still, a Thermite now looking to push forward. The Jaeger just stuck in a corner, eventually pinpointed and eliminated by the offensive side, and Aqua kill off screen as well onto Legend, so things will actually tip back in the favor of Louisville, but there's still a lot left to accomplish. You have to have the Thermite rotate all the way back around into office to get some of these walls opened up so the offense can actually execute, but Aqua just springs in before that even goes down. Desire will cut him down before he ends up hopping back into Fountain, but Louisville, they've got the man advantage, and they essentially have site control with little to no denial left for the defensive side, unless they go guns blazing, which Desire will do so once again with that P90, scoring a second kill this time on an Icarus, but with 30 seconds left to go, Louisville, they could probably still enter the bomb site, and they've got a cutoff.
Yeah, with MKE able to take out a lot of those smoke canisters, or Louisville actually, that is really going to sting. Iggy going down just puts Qualzy in this 1v2 position, and unfortunately the bullets just cannot hit Nut of Desire. So Qualzy has to either go for the frags or go for the defuse, and he is going to choose the latter, but I don't know if that is going to be a good long-term decision. Air jab blues one, but Qualzy does not flinch, stays on the diffuser, knowing that he is doomed either way.
Milwaukee coming away with a pretty solid first round defensive win, and unfortunately, some of those cutoff angles just were not potent enough to keep away that defensive side. Iggy just getting a little bit too aggressive by top metal. If they were playing a bit further back in that 90 corner, it would have been a lot more challenging for Milwaukee to actually take that gunfight, because they now have to expose themselves not only to the player who's by 90, but the wall that was just opened up by the Thermite of KW just a moment ago. If you have, again, the line just a little bit further back, that could maybe net a more powerful position for the offense to get that plant down and be in a pretty safe spot in that 2 versus 2, but unfortunately with Iggy just being a little too overexposed, NKE will punish and take away round number 1 in their back pocket, now granting themselves the ability to go back to, or at least go to, pardon for the first time, into the bottom floor bomb site of Bathroom and Tellers with another Rook. But I think the more surprising pick out of that is probably the Caveira, which, funny enough, at SI has actually seen a fair amount of play.
I think we've seen 1 or 2 interrogation, or like interrogation, but honestly, that is not the real meat and potatoes of Caveira in competitive play. You are really not going to get an interrogation. It's just her ability to silently run around the map. Like, yes, her Louison and her SMG, they're really, they leave a lot to be desired. Sometimes when you get that just slight edge in a gunfight, that's all you need to win it. And I like it. It's a little bit poking the bear, a little bit, fellow, in my eyes, because Louisville Black, they're still bringing the Jackal, the Lion, and the Nomad. Roundy was still able to do what he did in the previous round, and now Milwaukee, they're kind of just piling on, saying, all right, can you do it again, but this time with another roamer?
The primary utility wasn't really the issue for Louisville back in round number 1. They were very effective at having at least a Jackal. It was not Aqua, I recall it being last round. No, it actually was Aqua on both round number 1 and 2 on the Jackal. It wasn't the problem of having that primary utility and actually gathering info in the mid round. It was having secondary utility used to suppress locations that MKE were actively playing on. There were no air jabs or stuns being deployed over by where the Jaeger was lying at. Beautiful shot by Desire, still playing. That one now wrapping around, but again, that lack of secondary utility and also coordination on clears, that was the biggest issue for Louisville back in round number 1. It seems to be the exact same fault this time, starting in the first round of the action phase, as they are struggling to deal with this Rook.
And Desire can just take so many bullets. Right now, still at about 90 HP. That is about as much as a 3-speed, but Aqua rates around the corner, takes Desire out. So, I mean, there's one. Assured Legend is still walking around, and an air jab is finally going to get placed, but I don't know if I really like the placement of that air jab. If it's on the left side, that can be so easily get shot out, get impacted, and then this air jab that you put down is completely useless.
Bit of vertical being deployed by Aqua, trying to make sure no one's playing over between his server and ventilation part of the map. Some air jabs deployed as well, making sure no one can try to reclaim this top floor. Not a bad idea for Icarus whatsoever. And getting a little bit more space for the mid-round once they drop into courtyard as well. Still 50 seconds to go. Not a horrendous position for Louisville, but if they only have control of courtyard, they could easily be countered with angles such as that customs double door that Guevara is currently sitting at, and also some of those positions inside if no one's playing by the window.
And the communication has to be there that they are over in this square area. Now Assured Legend can literally hop back and forth with the knowledge that Milwaukee has teammates that they can just absolutely throw at Louisville Black, and only one player remains. It's Icarus in the 1v3, and Foundy just quickly ends everything there. So Milwaukee, I think this is about as good as of a start as you want on Border. Round 1, great. Round 2, great. And now you just go to this vital third round, that final site before the sites refill.
For Milwaukee, they're just not giving up any of the map for free. You've got one main roamer who's playing to just die on the top floor. We saw the exact same thing just flipped around back in round number 1, where Roundy is looking for a gunfight engagement to win, and then they just kind of try to waste more time from there, which is kind of the textbook way to roam, is just wasting as many seconds and as many resources as you possibly can. And if you end up netting a gunfight win on top of that, then that's an even better roam by you on the defensive side. But with Desire winning that first opening engagement and wasting about 1:30 on the clock, that gave less time for Louisville to proactively clear out the extensions that were on the first floor, like customs, like the ventilation / server part of the map. And because of that lack of a clear, Milwaukee could continue to play off of the bomb site, but still defend it to deny the execute that Louisville was going for inside of courtyard. They reluctantly had to drop the hatch leading into that back server area, and that just simply cost them the round because they didn't have it cleared out effectively and didn't push back the defense whatsoever.
5 seconds left before
Hey, I really like the picks that Milwaukee has for their operators. Not because it's like strategically sound, but because it is the like, I am playing for myself and I will win these engagements. Like, Vigil is a little bit selfish gameplay. We've seen that Desire clearly puts down the armor packs and then tries to go roam for himself. And so far, I am saying it's a little selfish, but it's working. It is working for Milwaukee. It's not getting punished by Louisville Black, despite it very easily being countered. If you have coordinated gameplay, you have drones, you have all these operators that Louisville have, Milwaukee still are coming out on top.
Still playing over by top east, just looking to see if someone will try to peek him 1-for-1. That opening gunfight we've talked about so frequently for Milwaukee on the defensive half, but luckily with Louisville, they're actually playing a lot more together, coordinating really well to isolate that one defender on the top floor like we talked about earlier, and actually adapting their roam clear to better counteract that. Now they're the ones with that opening gunfight win. And with the fact that Maze is playing Buck, they can get a lot more vertical down to really threaten the fact that Milwaukee's bomb site is just vulnerable to that vertical presence. And the fact that with no other roamer on this top floor, it's going to be a pretty quick clear pretty often.
And it's good because Maze was the opening death in those first 2 rounds. Now they're their opening kill. A good adaptation, meaning that you can very easily clear this top floor, which has no roamers in it, and with so much time on the clock, you can use this bug. You can use the breaching charges that Icarus has in their pocket, and if you play this right, this round should fall in your direction. But we've seen Louisville Black when the chips are down, when things come down to it, they slowly start to fall apart, and that has been amended in this round a little bit. But I need to see a little bit more if I can truly trust them in the execution.
Secondary charge will go off, opening up some of the hatches, so an execute could once again unfold for Louisville Black. Unfortunately, though, they have ended up being equalized just a tad. Some of that info they could have used with the help of those Ionox scanners is now not going to be an option for them. Interested to see the idea if Milwaukee want to try to flank up the metal stairs, perhaps, or try to get a little more aggressive in this round instead of just bunkering up in the bomb site, because that's still a really big double-edged sword with the fact that Maze is alive. Iggy now will begin to rotate down in the courtyard. He's the player with that diffuser and has a bit of backup here by Icarus. And I'm not too sure if Milwaukee actually have info about this. Desire will check for one. Up above, Maze will catch somebody rotating up into customs through that hatch. They'll be trying to get back down towards metal stairs, but there's only 20 seconds left to go for Louisville, and they've got to hit the go button. The Lion scan will pop out, the final rally call for the offensive side. Icarus traps the Rook in the corner. Maze a triple kill on the round, as Desire is now forced to rotate, one of the only 2 defenders left in this round, and we're caught at the red time. Nomad checking the wrong corner, but thankfully there's backup. Icarus finding one in this round as well, leaving just Roundy in a 1 versus 3, stuck in the backside of ventilation. A cutoff angle greets them by the double door, and they're shut down swiftly by Kowalski. Louisville, their first round in the first half.
Change was needed, and change Louisville Black did on their attack. Started with the roam, ended with the change in how they executed. It was a lot more unified, and that is really all they need to counter Milwaukee, who I mentioned is playing very solo. That could change, but so far, Louisville Black, they got the 1 round they needed to. And now as they go to Armory, it's about not losing those opening engagements, staying together, sticking together like an actual team should. And I know that Louisville Black has the fortitude to actually win this match. I think that round was a great example why they had 4 members alive by the end of it. They did not give Milwaukee any chance to breathe, any chance to get a frag. And that is a winning chemistry right there.
Really would like to see if Milwaukee are going to also try to counteract what Louisville are bringing out on their attacking side and bringing out more than 1 roamer. It still seems like for Louisville, they do struggle with a bit of time management, so maybe seeing that opening gunfight go the way of Danny, then he just falls back down into East Stairs, that could leave a couple of more questions if we would see Milwaukee with a 3rd round in a row, or if Louisville would still come out on top, getting the privilege of having that vertical eventually go down to the bomb site, and with the ventilation bomb site just being a really challenging one. You tend to see teams actually contemplate if they want to try and go customs, despite it also being a really challenging bomb site for Border. It's kind of the lesser of 2 evils discussion, but at least for Milwaukee, they're probably really happy they get to go back into Armory and Locker, since they had a pretty successful defensive hold against Louisville when they were trying to go for an office execute into Archives.
Not many changes when it comes to composition. Either way, Maze is still bringing that IQ, still combined with the impact EMPs just to make it so you don't have to dedicate somebody truly going underneath. You literally bring out your little wrist scanner, spot it through the walls 50,000 yards away. No danger done to anybody. Look, exactly, right there, and it's just easy as pie. But getting open that wall, it feels like that is step 1 of 5 of 10. There's so much you need to do before you actually start to execute on the site, and that is going to start with this office take. That Roundy is playing dangerously close, and I was wondering if he was going to play that window, maybe punch a little hole in it, maybe shoot through it, but no, he's actually playing the prone angle. Kosh playing a frost mat. He's Diamond 1, John, sleeping with the enemy.
No trace, no case. The wise words of a devout Diamond 1 from our beloved game of Tom Clancy's Siege. Currently, no diamond place to be found just yet, but a bit of info gathered by Icarus, spotting the Jaeger inside of Archives, but not able to cut him off in time. Legend can fall back a little bit more comfortably, and Roundy springing up from the prone angle almost gets himself a kill on the Maze, but thankfully he will endure this pain. But Aqua, not the same thing, has actually delivered. Roundy, despite just being moments away from getting shot in the side from off the single window, he's still doing just fine. No one's been able to actually clear out this person despite them being completely isolated. Eventually, Kowalski confirms the refrag, but so much damage has been done. Hazard was trying to retake a bit over by Fountain, but they'll actually be cut down by Maze, and now Legend's location has been revealed as well, as it'll only take a couple more seconds for Kowalski to get this back wall opened up, similar to round 1.
And despite all of that, Louisville eventually come out on top. It seemed dicey, but they win these engagements, bring Desire basically to 20 HP. 1 or 2 bullets should take them out. And now Assured Legend hasn't been caught out. They immediately fire away, drop that diffuser, and they might have gotten something bigger potentially if they held that trigger finger, but there was potential there if Desire was able to hop back up with those Rook plates. But second round, I think that's just about as good as the previous one, and so far with Louisville Black, the changes that they've made have been perfectly met with round win.
Just seems once again for Milwaukee, their isolated defenders have been their make or break in round success. We did have the opening gunfight still favor Milwaukee, don't get me wrong, but when Roundy is just stuck inside of office, they're going to need some sort of help, whether that be from a teammate or some sort of info. None of that was had until Roundy eventually died, and then all of Louisville could then refocus their attack back into
Attackers need
archives
to
once
locate
they
and
figured out that
defuse
office
bombs.
was completely cleared out from any defenders. So once again for Milwaukee, just having someone to help your initial roam extension is going to go a long way, because just giving up positions for free is not going to be the name of the game against Louisville Black, when they still have so much utility to actually get into the bomb site and execute, still having that thermite to get the single wall opened up, still having the lion to create space and get into the objective to plant that diffuser, etc., etc. And like you mentioned last round, V, their lineup hasn't changed a whole lot. I think the only major difference now for Louisville is the fact that they are getting off of the IQ, probably because they noticed that there is no Valkyrie in Milwaukee's lineup currently for round number 5, and they're off the Jackal as well onto a sledge, because they realized last round there were no roamers on the first floor, so they don't really need to bother with having the Inox scanners to clear anybody out. Not only that, but there was also no one playing over by Break Room too, which was really concerning.
God, I hear you talking about Milwaukee, and well, all right, but Roundy, the Rook clearly is only desires to play. Anybody steps on that territory, they will be met with bullets to the dome. Like, that is the only explanation for this engagement. Qualzy, I mean, basically at 1 health right there. So far this round, explosions, bullets, nobody is even really in the building yet. And already we've just seen so many engagements happen between these two teams.
Legend hoping that someone just doesn't drone out catwalk so they get the element of surprise, maybe even find an interrogation, but just in the corner of that drone's eye, they will actually spot out the Caveira. They'll have to fall off the catwalk, but luckily no kill is confirmed off the back of that well-placed drone. Alliance scan, forcing Legend to stand still, but only for a couple seconds. They are still able to get away scot-free. May's not too far away from where the Caveira is lying in wait, but they're a bit more concerned about getting that vertical play done with the explosive fragmentation grenades. Legend now forced to back away once again, and they've got Desire to actually back them up, but currently, Legend just has no idea where they're getting shot from. Maze was playing over by Lobby Double Door, but luckily, they're able to once again just kind of dance around death that's been looming over their head for the past minute 30, as they are still on the board, despite having several different attackers end up spotting them on this first floor row.
I mean, they've been spotted, but they have the ability to do nothing. Louisville Black have like an iron wall on any of these staircases, any of these entrances, and Desire and Legend are just kind of left on this first floor, not really having the ability to actually help on the site. All right, it happens sometimes. Just the ability saying, all right, I give up at that point. But I was talking about Desire. He actually gets a kill onto Iggy. One of these Louisville Black members just stray a little bit too far from the path. They get met with death. And I'm scared that some other Louisville Black members could actually find themselves just a little bit too far from the pack and meet the same fate as well.
As they're going for a big swing, luckily Kowalski's so low in HP, a single bullet is all they need, but Icarus swings out when needed most, but doesn't expect the Caveira. Aqua thankfully there with the bounce back, and Desire is swiftly eliminated on top of the metal staircase. Another round found in a row for the offensive side of Louisville Black, as they have really figured out how to put all this hurt onto Milwaukee's main defensive setup.
Look, I hear you talking about Milwaukee, but I will not tolerate any Milwaukee slander. They are the defending world champions, and you will show them respect. The second I see anything toxic towards Milwaukee, you will be very sorry. I love Milwaukee, and will do everything in my power to defend their honor, John.
This was something spoken moments ago by the biblical man, or woman, I'm not too sure, or non-binary individual part. Stammer, AM6XR6, wherever you are, this man is spitting facts and isn't human.
It's like too good. You had to find someone.
Yeah, we had to keep the
in
ball
there.
rolling there in that copy pasta. Things got a little quiet. Now it's turned into bounce back, MKE. Seems like everyone in Twitch chat is a big Milwaukee fan, not really appreciating the fact that Louisville just clapped back with 3 round wins in a row on their team's map pick. That's definitely not a good look for them, but Milwaukee have one more round to redeem themselves, potentially equalize. Nice 3-3 split going into the attacking half. Definitely nothing to scoff at for a map like Border, but once again, their lineup to me doesn't really scream like we want to get in the faces of Louisville and try to waste their time. I can imagine maybe Desire wants to roam a little bit. Same thing goes for Roundy. But unless they can utilize these black eye cameras to maybe help in terms of slowing down Louisville when they're doing that top to bottom clear like we saw last time Bathroom was in play, I'm not too certain if Milwaukee can end up getting that 3-3 happen. We'll have to see, because maybe Louisville this time around could end up just slowing themselves down just a bit, maybe expecting more of a roam presence with more of the map being open now to Milwaukee.
You talked about it in around like round 2 or 3, that it was kind of the roamers making or breaking this round, and I think everything we've seen has kind of just exemplified that. If Assured Legend, currently 1 in 5, a lot of times is on that roam. If we're seeing somebody like Desire, who in about round 1, round 2, was just finding a lot of these early engagements, it's been quiet. We haven't seen as much from Milwaukee when it comes to early engagements, when it comes to finding a lot of these roam kills, when it's come down to actual site engagement. That has always fallen the way of Louisville Black.
Bit of info gathered not only from Milwaukee with the help of those black eye cams, but the Inoxes once again being held by Aqua. Help assist Maze try to get some vertical down to net an opening gunfight against Milwaukee, but so far no fruit has been bared. But there it is, the C4 procced up and ready to spring out, but Aqua waiting by courtyard finds an instant trade to keep us even this time at a 4 versus 4. Legend not too far away from where Aqua's currently set up at, though. Could maybe get some sort of refrag potentially for the side of Milwaukee, but we'll just be playing a patience game, seeing if Louisville Black gets a little bit too aggressive before they finally execute to the bomb site. But up above, more progress being made by Louisville. They end up getting the back hatch opened up, so executing could be a little bit easier towards that Teller side of the map, especially since the entirety of that triple wall has been reinforced. So they could actually ignore Workshop and just try to hit the site fast in Tellers, especially if they have a cutoff angle for anyone trying to get back in through Tellers from Bathroom.
But they really can't go through the window. And that's because of the frost map. They hop through. You either have to look at the frost mats or you have to look at Assured Legend. It is one or the other. It is not both. And I have to hope that Assured Legend knows that, but that kills the pressure point. That was a huge kill, but you have Milwaukee. They bounce back, find 2 immediate kills of their own, and now Roundy takes a lot of damage. But Danny Destructo, he is just in that bathroom, firing away, taking no damage. And now Quality just has to hop in. This is the only window he can really go through. If he goes through the other one, it's a frost mat. Flashes himself as well. This 1v2 isn't going the best way. Has to reload, doesn't have the bearing. 9! John, I don't really like the odds here, and it is down to 0. A comedy of errors in that engagement.
He's like, I can't even see anything through these pistol iron sights. I gotta hope I can reload the Type 89. That got a little too real, if I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, man. That was one time where it's like, oh, guys, I accidentally brought the pistol, and you're like, I hope it doesn't.
I felt that.
come back to
I
bite
felt
me.
that on like a spiritual level.
Oh, my God. Absolutely.
That just, oh my God. The amount of times the Bearing 9 has like screwed me over because it has only 20 bullets, and I will whiff like on my second kill, and then I run out of ammo.
No, he didn't have the Bearing 9. You mean the Type 89?
Yeah, I think I said Type 89 the first time, then went back to Bearing 9.
Yeah,
The Bearing 9.
That's the thing. He didn't bring the
Bearing 9 has gotten me out of a lot of tricky situations because of that whiff R6 moment with the Type 89. But anyways, I think the biggest issue there for Louisville Black, which has been a common occurrence for them on the first half of their attacks, is when they get an advantage, they don't try to reset. They immediately play off of that forward momentum, but the issue is they don't have any info going into these executes where they have a man advantage. That gives Milwaukee the element of surprise. It gives them the opportunity to tie things back. That's exactly what we saw in round number 6. If we had Louisville just take a second to breathe, realize where the last 2 defenders are between Tellers and Bathroom, utilize their drones to figure that out, maybe get a bit of util to break that deployable shield the Frost was sitting behind, get a Lion scan as well to freeze Milwaukee in their place before they try to plant the diffuser, that could have given them the opportunity to solidify that round and get a 4-2 half. But Milwaukee, they were given the chance to bounce back. They do exactly that, and now we're tied up going into round 7 rather than having Louisville with the advantage on their opponent's map.
And with the side swapping, I think this is a big time for Milwaukee to really put their finger on the trigger. Louisville has gotten a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum back, and that has come down to just their ability to win a lot of these engagements. Yes, you had Danny Destructo really fire away right now as the attack. You have what some could be considered better guns. You have those sights, and you have the ability a lot of times to really open the sight, create new holes, and create new lines of sight to take down. How are Louisville Black going to respond to that? I want to know if they're going to actually push forward and take their own engagement.
They're going to hear Breach getting ready to be primed up by the Zero. As Roundy is just double checking, making sure no one's going to get too aggressive over by Break Room. Nice cutoff still being held, just continuing to hold down the fort, really forcing the hand of Bandit, seeing if Maze wants to try to get aggressive and go for a make or break gunfight, or if they fall away and give up that position of Break Room. But they don't account for Aqua, who's just crouched behind the half wall. Desire catches them trying to fall back in through the catwalk position, but still, the Jaeger found one pick, and Maze gets to retreat. So it isn't all for naught for that defensive side, just off the back of a bit of a misdrone there, simply put it, by the offensive side. And now, Maze might get away with highway robbery. The Zero, unexpected to see a Bandit so close to him. And now your lurker is shut down.
And that is 2 lack of information. That is just going to kill you in the end. So you just lose so much utility as the attack. You lose the ability to shut down roamers. You lose the ability to potentially see the Solus through the wall. But all is not lost. It is a 3v3. There still is time for Louisville to counter what Milwaukee is bringing. And it's really going to do what Iggy is going to do behind this half. He actually does retreat, backs off, and well.
Oh, we're back. I thought
Close up to the trigger.
Oh my god, yeah, we were like 1,000 times zoom. That actually terrified me for a second. And oh no, just the open breach swing. Danny Destructo, not aware of his surroundings. The situational awareness will be his utter demise, as Desire now will be looking to try to deal with this flank attempted by Icarus, but still so much to focus on in the bomb site. And with only 50 seconds to juggle all of these tasks left, it seems nigh impossible for Milwaukee to come back from this position. Desire almost able to get rid of Kowalski, but still the Valkyrie wins that 1-for-1. And the Rook still holding the double breach opening will get the final kill for the counter, as Louisville take their first defensive round quite well.
And I don't know if you want to give Louisville Black an even bigger ego in this situation, because it just seems in a lot of these one-on-one engagements, when it is true 50-50, it's Louisville walking away a lot of these times. And whenever Milwaukee might get an advantage through offensive utility, for example, IQ looking at Solus through the wall, Milwaukee just kind of ended up fumbling. So you need to see more of that offensive utility giving an attacker's advantage, because that is really all you can do. Because I don't think trying to win this off of pure mechanical skill is really going to be the play. Because, I mean, with Milwaukee, you've got some of these 3 players like Danny, like Desire, like Roundy, who are putting up kills. But on the side of Louisville Black, everybody has kills. The lowest is 4, the highest is 7. There's a great kill spread among all of them. So you just cannot risk trying to go one-on-one with one person, because, like I said, there's a good chance you lose them.
5 seconds left.
A little shocked as well that this is the map selection of Milwaukee compared to how Louisville set up their defensive rounds. It looks like they understand just the basic concepts of how you're supposed to defend on border a little bit better than what Milwaukee had comparatively. Sure, you had really consistent entries in the first couple of rounds for Milwaukee, but Louisville already on round number 1 had 2 separate roamers with fallback options playing over in Break Room. You had the Jaeger of Aqua, who was close towards Catwalk, so he could end up falling away if given the opportunity. And you had the Bandit of Maze playing with a rotate hole, forwarding himself back into 90, or so he could get aggressive and still hold on to Break Room. Not only that, but similar to Milwaukee, they also had the option of getting someone on the east flank, which is a really active spot for both the offensive and defensive side when attacking that armory bomb site. So just in general, it seems like Louisville just have a better understanding of how to punish opponents who are not expecting these mini games that you can throw at the offensive side. Two separate defenders looking to challenge for a gunfight, but Roundy just creeping around the corner gets one. Maze is there on the trade, and that's what I was talking about earlier with that coordination game, that Louisville not only set up on the attack with the defense, but Milwaukee clapped back once again as Danny eliminates the final defender on that top floor.
But as the bullets stop firing, it's actually Milwaukee who come out on top despite all of that. You're not having these surprising players pop out from under a desk or in custom. They're actually being hunted down, at least for now. I don't know if Icarus has been found out by Milwaukee. We'll have to see as the round goes on. But so far, I think everything is a success for this attack. Two players are gone, especially that Warden. Any smoke grenades that are used, any flashes are going to have a good time, but Maestro can't. Still in play, potential any black eyes that haven't been caught up by IQ, who is dead. That has been Roundy again going down. They are still going to be playing, and now that small sliver of an advantage, that man count, that is gone as well.
That concussive blast, expecting Zofia to be gunned down. A really good swing by Aqua to now equalize us in a 3 versus 3. Louisville still reluctant to give up some of this map control. A drone will sail by Icarus, so they know one defender is off the bomb site. But if they're going to go for a courtyard take, they've got to clear out the Jaeger. So once again, these mini games being set up by Louisville to force the hands of Milwaukee when they don't want to go clearing out these specific positions. And Icarus, after being tracked by the Jackal, he'll just pivot, trying to dry up as much info as possible. And Desire can't even push him just yet. He has to wait for his teammates. And this is buying so much time for the rest of Louisville's teammates to just wait in the bomb site and get a better angle on where the attackers are coming from inside of Courtyard. Iggy almost gets a kill. Desire eventually shuts down Icarus, but look at the timer. Just about 5 seconds left to go. They've got to get in the bomb site, but there's a massive whiff by the Maestro. Whoa! And Desire once again from the main hallway, waiting for the pop-up on the deployable shield, will help save the round, as despite the Jaeger doing so much for his team, the round is still not won.
I am starstruck at what has occurred. Louisville Black had every advantage in the book in that engagement. They had time. They had the actual site itself. They still had defensive utility like the shield, and yet somehow Milwaukee have all of that. I mean, it's just small little decisions at the end of the day. Like maybe Frost peeking up behind that deployable shield. Like this is going to seem like so minor, but with how much time was on the clock, I think there's like 1 second. Stay behind that shield. Like see if you can somehow, by a miracle, stay alive for long enough and use the actual advantage that you have, the timer. Because it felt like Louisville Black didn't realize that they actually had that inherent advantage of a timer and still played like it was normal. Force Milwaukee to go in, have to plant. And they just can't do that because they have to find kills, also put that diffuser, worry about the time. And as the defense, you fail to do that, you're going to make the attackers' lives so much easier. And Milwaukee, honestly, you are wiping so much sweat off your brow after that.
Things still even on border, and we go back into Bathroom and Tellers with a slightly different lineup here by Louisville Black. We don't have Walsey putting down all of their castle barricades just yet. So I was wondering if he's actually waiting to set them up on the top floor, and that will be the case. The archives window will now be barricaded a little bit more than just the usual stuff you tend to see, and also ones being deployed out by the main hallway on the top floor. So this is going to prolong that inevitable clear for Milwaukee, especially since they don't have a lot of utility to actually destroy those castle barricades. I don't think they're going to have to melee them. They've probably got a Gone 6 or 2, the Kairos charges if they really need something to get the job done. So they could still get this barricade open with a fair amount of time, but it's going to cost them more than expected. And is that a Gemini replicator? Yes, it is. I thought that it was a real human being for a hot second, but luckily it was not. So Danny's not going to lose his life just yet, but I don't think he caught that there was a castle playing by Fallon.
Yeah. I don't know if Yana was around it because Qualsey didn't fire. It felt like he may have seen a player or two, but hopefully Danny does know that there's a player there, because if Milwaukee do lose two, which they do, Qualsey had been unaccounted for. Now, does drops another one. That is Lion gone, and Milwaukee have no plan for what is occurring right now. The P shooter of the P90 will take a lot of health off of Roundy, but honestly, Louisville Black can just wait, sit back. They have done everything they need to right now, and Milwaukee have nothing but their own bullets and maybe smoke canisters, flashbangs. What is that going to do with a minute 13 down 3?
Doesn't really seem like it's going to do all that much, to be brutally honest. Milwaukee hoping they can continue to march onward, in this top floor, and maybe someone's going to be a little bit too vulnerable, not receive enough backup, and that could be something to get the ball rolling here. But 3 defenders, I believe, if not, then 2 on this top floor. Seems really challenging. Maze somehow getting away with that, and he still gets back into Armory. That is ridiculous. Desire just narrowly missing that ability to thread the needle, and they still have to recover that diffuser. Technically speaking, half the minute remains on the timer, but I just don't think it matters. Even if Maze dies, it's a 4 versus 1, and then you probably put in red timer. Thankfully, it's not a flawless round, but it's close enough. Louisville flattening Milwaukee on round number 9, as they cannot get anything going with that top floor clear.
It was just DOA, dead on arrival, and just kind of styling on their opponents right there. So I think this is kind of showing that Louisville Black is just like one step ahead of Milwaukee. It is a close match, but I think when you compare these two teams, it comes down to it. Louisville Black, when they've made the adaptations, because those 3 rounds at the beginning, those 2 with Milwaukee, they were Milwaukee's round, but Louisville has made changes on their attack, on their defense when they've needed to. And once they've done that, Milwaukee doesn't really stand a chance. It's like they're being flattened like a bug, squished. So many of these rounds are I think we've seen a couple flawless rounds. We've seen extremely one-sided rounds like the one we just saw. And honestly, Milwaukee don't have the ability to really make the changes of their own like Louisville does.
One thing I would definitely recommend for Milwaukee is maybe just bring out different intro operators. It seems like they're relying far too much on just drones alone. So if there's only one person who's gathering info in one fraction of the map and they don't check everything persistently, that could cost them a body. That's huge when you are, basing a lot of your round success off of winning that first entry. Maybe bringing out something like a Dokkaebi that is going to for sure pinpoint where someone's playing at, especially since there's been such a huge lack of a mute on the side of Louisville Black. That could maybe just tip things in your favor, or at the very least just guarantee that a roamer has fallen off of their initial starting point on the map. It really does go a long way. And similar to Lion, they've got pocket EMP, so it's not like you're sacrificing a lot of important utility to help get those walls opened up, for example. It brings the exact same idea that a Lion would, except it just guarantees that where a defender can be at any given moment. Again, especially since there has been a huge lack of mute throughout all of map 1. We've only seen it a couple times by Milwaukee. It's been just for that top floor of armor.
Yeah, we've mainly seen Bandit, Aid be favored. Speaking of Bandit, trying the cheeky little run out as well with Bandit. It honestly makes Impact EMPing super easy because you know exactly where these Bandit batteries are going to be, and that means that these Selma breaches, they are going to open that wall straight up. But we have seen the Rook right here in this exact spot really flatten Milwaukee's push. Once you try to take out Rook and Sandwich, take him out in half wall, you're going to have no chance. I'm sorry, Desire. How many bullets did you spray at Icarus and you still ended up dead?
They got robbed a little bit too.
Yeah.
And that angle wasn't forgiving. I will say though, I feel like it still should have been a kill for Desire. One more shot is all he needed, but just didn't hit enough of them, unfortunately. Icarus still alive and well, and I think even if Icarus ended up dying to that Jackal, still would have been a 4 versus 3 position, still not very favorable for Milwaukee, and there still would have been a roamer playing underneath since Maze has not even received a scrape of damage towards his body. So I think it's the bigger picture here that Louisville as a whole has just been so dominant on this defensive half that it's been too much for Milwaukee to handle so far. 50 seconds remain, and that leaves just Roundy and Legend in a 2 versus 5. Roundy expecting a roamer to come back up above from that metal staircase, and a bit of damage is traded off between both players, but still, no kill, which is really what Milwaukee needed in this 5 versus 2. And now Roundy even lower in HP. The idea of setting up a trade to deal with this isolated IQ just seems more possible, and that's exactly what happens. Aqua shuts down, if not smites Roundy, leaving just Legend playing off the bench.
Now Iggy hops right back up, sees the player. Honestly, just make it a flawless at this point. We all know it's going to be a flawless. Oh, the mob is coming for him, and the mob has taken his kneecaps. Louisville Black, I mean, I don't know what it was about these 2 rounds, but they just put the hurt on Milwaukee. I mean, maybe it's Milwaukee showing the flaws in their attack, and this was finally when Louisville Black truly did notice it, or Milwaukee just cannot hold a candle mechanically to Louisville Black. And I know that, you know, the engagement between Icarus and Desire may show it's one or the other, but it is still a little interesting just to see how much Milwaukee is truly struggling in these rounds, considering where we were like 4 rounds ago.
Not only that, but it doesn't seem like this doesn't just go for Milwaukee, obviously,
Ow.
but a general lack of serious adaptation of where or how you are getting into the building. I'd like to think, especially with Milwaukee seeing Louisville willing to roam on border, that they would bring out operators that not only help deal with those isolated defenders that aren't just Jackal, obviously, because we have seen a lot of Jackal on both Milwaukee and Louisville's side, but something like a Nook, and also getting, you know, someone to start their clear on the first floor, not just waiting for someone to go into an angle that they're like semi-holding. I feel like that would be very effective against the defensive side of Louisville Black, because sure, they're able to set up trades, but their roamers, although, you know, still playing somewhat close to each other, they're not fully conjoined. There is still a bit of isolation there. So if, again, you have more proper info like the logic bombs mixed in with regular droning, and then get a Nook behind some of that info, you could probably find a lot of success on that opening gunfight. Not only that, with a lot of the flooring being soft on border, having someone else with frag grenades could also net you a kill if you have solid info, which also, guess what, can pair with logic bombs and drones. So, I mean, it's kind of a win-win, really, but we've seen a serious lack of Nook and Dokkaebi, despite both those operators being very meta.
So as you can see, we are not actually in the game because a player did leave during the prep phase, so we're probably going to do a rehost as well. We are wonderful faces as right now, I mean, you did a lot of theorizing. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer until we actually get into it. I find it kind of funny that my cat just kind of slinked out as we went back to cams. Actually, we're back in it. So I don't know the rule book. I'm gonna have to consult that, but
yeah, for future advice for Milwaukee, as long as you confirm you want to rehost in the preparation phase, you can get the rehost, but you have to confirm it. It does not just automatically happen, so the round must be played out. Luckily for Milwaukee, they do equalize, and I guess Hazard can just be on cam duty the next minute 20, so it's not a completely losing position. But still losing out on an operator that could have brought some meaningful utility, that is still a big pain for Milwaukee, especially since they ended up finding that opening gunfight. They could have had the man advantage too, and not just someone actively playing on cams the entire round, but hey, a minute to go. It's not hopeless.
what a change of pace it will be if this is the round that Milwaukee win. Down a player. All of this. And yet they would still somehow win. It is absolutely possible. And if Danny Destructo can get something done on this row, maybe taking out, I think it's Maze as well, who is on that second floor. Yes, it is over in security. He gets caught out, then Milwaukee, they need to take this time and work with it as fast as they can. 30 seconds left. They do have the man count advantage, but they don't have a lot of vertical presence. They don't have a lot of direct entries into the site, and that is truly going to kill them past this 20 seconds. You do have Iggy go down, and this is just looking like Milwaukee might actually win the round somehow. Despite being a man down, Aqua needs to waste 10 seconds or kill 3 members. Danny Destructo goes down in a frost mat. There's no chance to revive. Gets the kill. It's coming to the Jack. tackle! And now all Aqua needs is the
knows
kill
where
onto
he
a short
is!
legend, but he doesn't know where the diffuser is. He gets the kill onto the confirmed player, and yet somehow a short legend gets the kill onto the Frost after putting down the diffuser. John, a series of emotions.
Oh my god, they had a red ping on him. They had a cam in sight, and both the Habana and the downed player in the bear trap, both of them got red pinged. He didn't know which red ping to look at. They didn't come where in workshop. Oh my god. That's literally like last seconds in the round, like adrenaline pumping out by his team, being like, bro, he's on red ping, the other one's downed. Which red ping? The red ping. That's exactly what happened in the round. And although we just did not have any of that confirmed via like player communication, we just the way that was played, we knew that was exactly what happened there for Louisville Black. So unfortunate they weren't able to close out the round, but for Milwaukee, kind of a ray of hope, I guess you could put it as. One more and they potentially proc overtime, and if not, at least they make the series close. But I think there's an elephant in the room that we just have not been discussing here. I think Chad has made it quite apparent that we need to discuss Kowalski.
No, don't
I think-
give them it. Don't get them anything.
I
feed the wolves.
I think don't feed the wolves. The Dire Wolves and Wolves aren't playing in NECC. They're playing in Six Invitational. How could I?
I mean,
how could I
chat.
be
If you
feeding
give them like an inch, they will take a mile. I know
What?
we already technically did that by like acknowledging the copy.
the several copy pastas we both have been indulging in,
Attackers
not
will
only
locate
in
and
the
defuse bombs.
cast but the Twitch chat. It's been a comical few rounds, to say the least.
Oh yes. I mean, oh my. Well, after all that, Milwaukee, they get another chance gifted from the heavens. They get to attack this exact same site, of which they really should have won standard. It was a 1v3. You walk into a frostbite, sometimes those things happen, but the time management was still pretty poor on their part. And now that they have another player by their side, I am expecting them to play this a lot better. Even though it's not workshop, it still can be played relatively similar. I mean, they are right next to each other, so you still play that top floor relatively.
May's looking to get a bit cheeky here with the potential spawn peek. Aim's a little too high, though. Not anything just yet, but at least Roundy didn't find any damage onto Maze, so it's still 5 versus 5, with Milwaukee seeming to go and commit for a break over clear, perhaps. They'll be also working their way in from the locker side, but there are a couple of attackers already setting up by the teller's window, which is a bit of a first. We've talked about having that successful cutoff angle if you're going to go for more of a bathroom execute rather than tellers. So I like the idea of maybe setting up that potential, PowerPoint spot for Milwaukee so early in the round in case they want to use it later, but also still realizing the main portion of this first minute, which is clearing out the top.
Turn up across the floor, seeing those jackal pings making ways to get around the map is. You can just see that there are a lot of Milwaukee players just intent on hunting Maze down. The hatch is there to drop. He does have his buddy Qualzy all around. So how many seconds can Louisville drain out of this? Qualzy does go down and immediately confirmed by Danny Destructo. So there's two decisions that Maze can do here. Stay up on this top floor, see how many kills, utility time they can waste, or kind of cut your losses, head back to the site, get something done. But Maze chooses option A, goes for the risky play. The hatch is not actually open, so he's just wide out in the open. He is literally parkouring his way around the map, and it will not save him.
They took about my one taps, but sadly not in round number 12. Maze eventually fallen similar to the Valkyrie a little bit earlier in round number 12 as we have Milwaukee fully in the man advantage here, fully in the driver's seat. And these hatches opened up as well. So many angles now that Louisville has to be concerned about, and this man disadvantage. The drop from the hatch is confirmed, but just a Gemini replicator, just gathering a bit more information before making that final rally call to maybe put us into overtime. Icarus a nasty angle. This could maybe help deal with some pressure over by Courtyard, and I don't think that drone actually detected that Icarus is still playing by Passport. So maybe this could be a massive play, but no, they smoke off the double door. They're just going to ignore Icarus, and that leaves just Iggy now on the bomb side of Tellers. Aqua holding a similar deployable shield spot he was in earlier for this first map. Finally, smoke dissipates. The Jackal anticipating, finally shuts him down. 5 versus 2. Milwaukee's still up. Every attacking operator left. Iggy full white, and here comes the execute. Perfectly coordinated by Milwaukee, and a flawless round to send us into overtime.
I was saying, we've been in that exact situation before, where 2v4, 2v3, the bathroom teller site, and it wasn't as close as it previously was. So good on Milwaukee to not only win the round that they did have a player down, but to come off of that and then do a flawless round. They heard what I said, and that you should be doing better considering what you did in round 5 or round 11, whatever. And they really spoke that into being, because now they go into overtime. I believe, are they on the attack? Defense is going to be pretty important. They are on the attack, so they get to continue their scourge of winning those rounds, but now it is going to be a struggle winning Armory Archives. It's not going to be the same as taking the top floor, so getting that wall opening, taking down Iggy is going to be step 1, but every other player on Louisville Black, Walsey, Maze, there's still a struggle to be dealt with when we've seen Milwaukee try to attack the Armory Archives side.
For Milwaukee now bringing out 2 separate hard breachers, I'm wondering how that's going to actually change up their attack or this Armory defensive hold. Maybe they're going to have people pushing in from both office, maybe the Thermite getting the trip wall opened up, and then having the exact same ace play that we've had multiple rounds here from Milwaukee, just having the pocket EMPs mixed up with the Selmas to get that main breach on too. I could imagine that's going to be the main goal. So they're not just putting all their eggs into the single basket of Armory. They also want to get some counterplay in towards Office, like I had mentioned. But that's if everything, of course, goes according to plan. And still from Milwaukee, they want to at least focus in on getting break room in their back pocket and also or getting that main breach opened up, like I discussed earlier. And then maybe later in the round, if they're given the luxury to do so, they'll actually rotate into Offices. And funny enough, Roundy's the one with the diffuser, so maybe they won't even try to go for a plant over by Lockers, and instead they want to fully commit to, again, that position in Armor or Archives when we get into that final minute.
Mace was pondering the question. Does he hop out? The answer is yes, and unfortunately for Danny, Mace doesn't get the kill, but I think the more important thing, he doesn't get killed. So you kind of get the free kill onto the Yana. And unfortunately, we got to witness the multiple rounds missing the repelling player. But more importantly, got out, got the kill. Still a lot of time for you to get back in sight with your buddy Icarus.
Louisville at least thankful they got that first opening gunfight, but they'll be punished just a little bit not having that man advantage now as Legend gets a singular kill. The smoke grenades flying out, and that might be the real aspect of bringing out this Thermite, just having that secondary utility to now maybe get in and plant that diffuser, but Roundy just barges in, doesn't even try to attempt the defuse, and now Louisville have full case control in the bomb site. A major blunder by Milwaukee, down the man advantage and down the objective potential.
Milwaukee was making such good decisions as a team, as individuals. Everything was just clicking and in sync, and then Roundy just does that, and I'm left wondering why. Like, it was just, maybe it was just a little bit of gluttony, selfish desire. I want to get the kill, I want to make the hero play, but at the end of the day, it's a price that you gotta pay, as now Milwaukee does not win. I'm sorry, like, we saw some crazy shenanigans happen in the previous rounds, but with the health, with time, with the man count that Louisville has, they get to walk away with the defense onto Armory, and now get to go onto their attack with the adjustments that they made. Feel a lot better knowing that they do have that 1 round buffer. And honestly, a lot of that comes down to this man-to-man individual decision walking. Why did you look away from where the bandit was looking? Whatever. Louisville Black win.
With that, we've once again in the advantage. It's been quite a while since we have seen them on their attacking prowess. Maybe this could be the final moment where we see their opponent's map pick actually go their way. And then we head in Oregon with pretty high hopes, at least for Louisville. Armory back on the docket, though, for Milwaukee. That's been probably their most favorable bomb site they've been to throughout this whole matchup, at least on their defensive side of things. The attacking has been a bit of a mixed match, but bringing out at least the potential that Solus once again, definitely a nice change up. Still having a lot of proper info denial, maybe getting that diffuser off the board. Actually, last second, they head up the Bathroom and Tellers. Didn't quite catch that, but the lineup for this bomb site is still solid. I just did not see the change up that they ended up bringing out for Bathroom compared to them just committing to Armory and Lockers.
I mean, I do like the change to over here rather than over there, Armory Archives. And a lot of that comes down to what Desire can do, what Assured Legend can do. They have to get something done on the road. Like, it is not a question of like, oh wow, it would help the round. Milwaukee Esports, their Rainbow Six team, at least in this map, is built on the roamers' ability to get kills. Because if they don't, no matter what happens, a lot of times the anchors just cannot handle what Louisville will bring to the site. And then you have the roamers trying to rush their way back. Maybe it's post-plant. And then it just kind of crumbles at the seams. And there is no room for Milwaukee to breathe right now.
Milwaukee still seems like the idea of heavily roaming on Porter is not there. In fact, they have no roamers on the top. And I think Louisville finally realized that, droning out every single facet of that top floor. So we might see a pretty fast clear and then a quick conversion as well on top of that to then go into the first floor. And they still have all the right pieces to get these hatches opened up. They've got the Thermite, which isn't, not the operator you tend to see getting hatches open, but it's still a possibility. They've got Pocket EMPs to assist with that as well. And they still have options to get that vertical play down too. They've got Aqua with a secondary shotgun and Maze with the breaching charges. So, albeit it's not the best tools for the job, it's still tools that can get them out.
Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, you don't really want like a hammer to cut down a tree, but if you apply enough force and do it for long enough, you can cut down a tree with a hammer. And I mean, that's probably the best analogy we've seen for Milwaukee, as they sometimes get to the right answer without the right equation. As Desire just taking a lot of damage, can win the engagement, doesn't land a single bullet onto Maze. That P90 do be kicking hard though.
Is anyone getting on the cam for Maze? No, he's just doing everything by himself. I'm a little shocked that even the Thermite or just somebody will get on the cam. There it is. Finally, someone's going to assist Maze, but unfortunately, it's not quick enough. Maze missing out on some important shots. Will still allow this player and server to stay alive, but the camera has not been detected, so they can still just pinpoint where around he's playing at and maybe get someone to work the vertical to help assist Maze, but so far, just a constant game of cat and mouse with no one else able to deal any of that damage onto the Valkyrie. Someone has got to help Maze to get rid of the Val.
I mean, you have the drones that are being used, but so far, it's mainly less about workshop and more just about getting through this Tellers. The focus is not onto the western side, it's onto everything else. And now that might be where Louisville Black start to get punished. Aqua goes down, Maze goes down, but all is not lost. Louisville Black is inside the site. Air jabs are just being blown up and roundy. One health has to complete the 1v3. Maybe shut down the diffuser, get the kill onto Iggy. That is step one. Louisville Black, I don't think they have the diffuser. What is going on between them? Quasi cannot put it down, but somehow, fellow, from behind their back, out of like a rabbit out of a hat, they do get the round win, do get the map win, and somehow, after all this, we finish the map order.
Impressive round for Kawozi, more specifically, really being the hammer into that final nail in the coffin, scoring the first map as a win for Louisville Black, and Milwaukee now on the back foot here. Or the fan favorite in Twitch chat, it seems, besides, of course, Kwozi, which we will have that public service announcement later regarding the player who has been frequently spoken of in chat. But before that, of course, we're going to hop into a quick little break, get that apology formatted for all of you, and we'll return with Oregon and that apology, of course, on the dock. Don't go. the people of NECC, a public apology. Hold on, I'm missing mine. All right, there we go. I've got my tears in my one eye. Today we made a tragic mistake on the NECC R6 division. Quozy, a person who is not even playing today in the matchup, has been mispronounced several times by both co-commentators, myself and Light Rose V, who will be joining me shortly. We'd like to address this issue currently with a humble apology on our talent division of NECC R6 and hope to never do it again unless we feel like it. Now back to your regularly scheduled R6 broadcast with V as well. Not just me. You don't have to bear with just me.
Yeah, we're getting to that part of the night.
I was hoping like the tears would be visible without me just pouring a glass of water on my face, but
pouring the glass of water
it made the point more apparent.
It made the point.
We might need to get a Quoz interview after this just to really set things straight.
We've done enough.
Well, we don't know who this Quoz person is, like what team they play for, or like why.
Probably just some random dude in Twitch chat.
What is the Quoz R6 lore? That's what I really want to know.
It is, all of things considered, it's very funny. Everything, but all right, moving on to actual things at hand, the actual match that we have on the docket.
I'm drinking my tears as well. I think there's a mug for that somewhere on a website.
Yeah.
Drink pale tears.
Louisville Black. threw me off again. Louisville Black versus Milwaukee Esports. Map 1, Fever Dream. Last 5 rounds was cuckoo bananas crazy. Map 2, hopefully it will be a little bit more down to earth as we go to Oregon.
And hopefully we get more closed copy passes in the chat as well. Because I frankly enjoyed that. I think the banter that NECC and all of Collegiate can provide on the off occasion is quite funny. But yes, Oregon should be starting relatively soon, where I think the big advantage that Louisville will have against Milwaukee is just, again, general playstyle. Like, they understand the basics of Siege significantly more than Milwaukee. Sure, Milwaukee can win their gunfights. They are not mechanically bad. That's a given. Fair enough. And they will play into that strength. But compared to Louisville, they're much more adaptable compared to Milwaukee. They acknowledged that Milwaukee are very good at winning those first engagements, so they send out multiple attackers to find that one roamer and kill them. So once you lose that driving force of an impact fragger, now there isn't much else really keeping Louisville away from executing into the bomb site with normally some sort of advantage that isn't just a man advantage, whether they have a decent amount of time left to get the ball rolling or even just a lot of info, what have you. That's been the huge thing for Milwaukee Esports, is just their initial roamers. And that has been it. So if you don't have anyone reimbursing those few defenders in the early round, we could see Louisville taking the series 2-0.
And they start on the attack as well. If Milwaukee do not get that early lead like they did on Border, we might see a little bit of a one-sided affair, at least in my opinion, because I think that is what kept Milwaukee in the game. Their great opening and then the goofy ending, all combined, just led up to overtime, which Louisville still did win. And now they get to go to Oregon, which is a map that I still think benefits that roaming fragger, where you're not going to see somebody waste a lot of time, waste a lot of utility. You're going to see somebody just go to a certain place, try to find kills. Somebody like Desire. I think this map is perfectly for Destructo. Those two kind of go hand in hand in this situation. And Louisville, I did think they made adaptations on Border. They could make adaptations here just to shut that down, but we'll have to see.
Well, apparently, Woes is on the team of UNK. I just had that information fed to me, but I'm pretty sure chat was very aware of that. I most certainly wasn't, but now I'm in the know too. More Quo's lore, has been established here tonight. And now we establish a kids and dorms defense for Milwaukee, bring out their patent defender of the Rook, Desire, on that operator once again. And Louisville bringing out an assortment of attackers as well. They've got the Thatcher to help assist both the Ace and Thermite if they want to do an Addict overclear along with that default Master Breach. But I like the consideration of not just trying to fully commit to getting the Master Wall opened up and then trying to execute the default double wall. They also have someone who could go an Addict potentially just to make sure that they're not going to, which is a huge issue a lot of teams fall into when attacking Oregon, because you can just waste so much time sitting in one spot of the map and then just not move.
Icarus just not truly alone. You do have the drone of E potentially giving information. I don't like just how solo you might see some of these players, because I think that is where you are going to get the biggest, is when one player from Louisville just kind of goes, I'm going to walk in trophy. I'm going to go to this very impactful position and then die because I don't have information. I don't have really anything to aid me. And that is going to kill a lot of these attackers. Playing together is going to be the best way to win about this. Danny underneath does see the EMP. It goes an impact that takes out Aqua, takes out half of Icarus's health. Now the second one downs Icarus. 100% success rate with those Pokeballs.
Beautiful double play by Danny, opening up the round with such elegance. And now, with that breach gone from Master side, things are going to get a little more complex for Louisville when trying to retake this portion of the map. Danny just trying to check a couple of default angles in case someone else could be playing by Master, but those were the only two attackers. Now they have to fully reclaim Master or just give it up and hope that this Addict take is going to be enough to deal with Milwaukee's actual defensive anchor. EMP deployed in this back wall to help remove that Cade Claw, allowing Walsey to get this back wall opened up. A second one for good measure in case someone was tricking that wall. And now Maze will begin to work over from that Master balcony. But Danny, not too far away, could maybe net a third kill for this first round.
Well, you tell with that cloak that Vigil has, the drone none the wiser. Even though at this point, getting one kill onto Danny is going to be the worst thing. Isn't really going to impact you that much because how much Milwaukee has an advantage over it. This is the exact start that we saw them get on Border. A flawless first round. We saw them roll through round 2, roll through round 3, and then Louisville really started to grease up their gears. It's just about, is it going to take Louisville that long again? Can Milwaukee somehow find a way to change once that adaptation happens? There's a lot of questions in the air that we can transfer over from Border at really apply on Oregon. It, at least in the first round, does seeming to track over the two.
Let's hope the roam game continues to be efficient here for Milwaukee. Still having only one person, though, by that first floor definitely seemed to be a major concern. And with the lineup that Milwaukee's bringing out for the base of the bomb site, I could imagine they don't have a major emphasis on playing on either the first or second floor. Maybe they have someone by Freezer Stairs to break a couple of drones, but other than that, I don't think they're going to be really, playing too much on the top floor, which is going to give a lot more time for Louisville to set up for, again, that previous exit we talked about earlier, and also just not give a lot of safety spots for Milwaukee, especially if you keep all 5 attackers alive, playing in that hard bout in a 5 versus 5. That definitely could be a concern for Milwaukee, but at least they still have all the right tools to extend efficiently on this first floor, like the smoke, so you can actually play an elbow. And I thought they had a shield by Freezer, but it doesn't seem like it. In fact, are they fully reinforcing Freezer? No, they're not, thankfully. There's still one more wall that's soft, but okay, I thought Roundy was going to actually reinforce the other one. I didn't even notice that they had the shotgun horizontal peak made, so at least they have everything accounted for when bunkering up.
Shot out. The Meat Jammer might have been taking care of it anyway, so you never know how that's truly going to happen in the NEA. You see the Meat Jammer actually impact EMPs it, so that does allow the Rotero to just sneak on through. The wall actually doesn't get reinforced. Danny Destructo still tries to peek the angle, and honestly, you might want to reconsider that, considering Roundy is gone, but I think he just kind of leaves a little fart cloud, masks his position as he should be reinforcing that. We don't know for sure, but honestly, nope, he is just choosing the aggressive option. Like I'm saying, I don't know if I agree with him, but so far, Louisville Black haven't punished him for it.
A direct take seeming to work wonders for Louisville, as they not only get that first opening kill, but I believe eventually force back those players by elbow. Seems like they're still trying to hold on for dear life, though. Another Toxic Babe could be deployed by Danny before he eventually gives up elbow. And there's someone playing over by E-Box, but Aqua's just down by Pillar! No one's here to defend this position, and Aqua will punish because of that. Almost ending a second when his Desire barely gets away with his life, and the smoke now falls off of Blue as well. Elbow up for grabs along with the entirety of this bunker, and no one's here to push back the offense. They're up 2 attackers, and again, there's just no one here to stop them from trying to plant by default. Inside the supply, there's a nade attempting to be tossed out by Aqua, but first, that Rotero drone will sail away. There's the grenade downing Desire. He can pick himself back up with the help of that Rook armor, but that allows Iggy to plant the diffuser. Icarus catches Legend off guard. Aqua springs up, down goes Danny, and now it's just Desire. Moments ago, he was injured, but now finished off by Maze, creeping around from the main hallway. And once again, an equalization goes down for Louisville.
Good change, not really allowing Milwaukee to get that giant lead that they had on board, or at least a good lead. So a good equalization, as the basement defense really not as clean as it was in that first round. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that basements, you can't have a lot of roamers on that site. It is mainly just centered around Freezer, centered around Laundry, and centered around potentially Pillar and the actual site itself. Otherwise, not really much else matters. You might have one player sent off the actual site itself, but most of the strategies just revolve around hunkering down and just waiting your time until the attackers come to you, trying to get every little win that you can, whether it's wasting time in Blue Bunker with the smoke, whether it is finding a kill onto the tower stairs itself. There are a lot of small decisions that are made that don't really have to pertain to actually roaming itself. It's all about that pick of the last 45 to 30 seconds. And a lot of times that's how basement defenses are decided.
Milwaukee, once again, going to bring out the main bunker strategy for defending the basement floor bomb site. Louisville not changing up their composition whatsoever. And again, the bigger concern that Milwaukee had was that no one's playing by Pillar. I think Roundy will try to remedy that problem by just stacking up here with this Cage shotgun. Hopefully that can be enough, just playing at range. A good chunk of damage can be done with that slug shotgun, so hopefully that can help both the Mute and Smoke playing so close by that double doorway, but I don't think there's any utility placed up by Pillar, so if someone with a grenade just walks down back stairs, they might just get Pillar essentially for free. And what an EMP as well, completely eliminating any piece of util that could be pot out. But wait, did the Rotero get disabled by another Mute Jammer? Hold on.
Have 3.
There are
they have
several
3
Mute Jammers. Oh my god. And no, the need to break the other Rotero.
Got the Rotero
Oh
that
my
was muted.
God. What is this round? The Yo kind of locate that Maze has now entered a smoke grenade, forcing out Dion, and they walk back into the Toxic Babe. What is this opening round for both Milwaukee and Louisville?
Oh my. Say what you will about this entire series. It has been enjoyable to just see what is happening between these two teams. Honestly, it is bold to put 3 Mute Jammers down, and it worked. You did not allow Louisville to get anything at all in elbow, in Blue Bunker, and that is a large portion of the map that is now just kind of sectioned off from the attack, and they lost a man, they lost utility. That's a win, a massive win for Milwaukee, and they can just continue to waste so much time away. Iggy goes down. The confirm doesn't happen because Danny just takes a sweet time switching to the shotgun, but there's a lot more other things you have to worry about, like Desire, just going off the site, taking out your Habana. Man, he's back and forth between these two teams. They just never stop getting exciting.
And Louisville are still fighting for elbow. Little do they know, it's finally cleared. The final Rotero drone.
You fool!
Now gone.
There's another jammer.
Oh my god, it can't even try to get past the drone hole to break into util by the closet. Aqua, 2 grenades in pocket, with all the utilities stacked up by elbow. Surely he knows that he can just throw a grenade at the cage. Surely he will go for that. It's not required. Roundy solo and HP gets finished off by a couple bullets from that L8. And now Icarus, can try to climb in. The C4's heard the Velcro, rips back into Yokai, forces away Louisville. A bit counterintuitive there from Milwaukee, but it might not matter. But they don't know Desire spot him. Freezer! He lines up a double kill, and now it's only Aqua left alive. Still 2 nades in pocket, but he's got no time to chuck them out. Desire racking a quadra kill on the round as Milwaukee, off the back of a comical clear by Bunker, will bounce back and take the lead.
Desire getting that 2-for-1 special over in Freezer, the exact same place that he played in the previous round. Louisville just do not read into that. I think there also might have been some like, hey, the smoke might be swinging, just some communication errors on both of that part. But so far, I think this is a lot better on Milwaukee's part because it doesn't feel like they're winning simply based off of one player doing one thing. And I know that hold at Blue Bunker was goofy as hell, but it shows that they wanted to do something different, to change, try to do something that was going to counter what Louisville Black had, and it worked like a charm. They got the 2 Mew Jammers, was the third one behind the shield. I think it had like the perfect range to actually jam the actual Rotero itself. Just those adaptations are what made Louisville really enjoyable to watch on Border. And if Milwaukee keeps doing that, we're just going to see that same thing with them on Oregon.
It's also wild to me that for Louisville Black, they didn't just opt to throw a nade after like the first or second Rotero drone got jammed again. Like clearly EMPs were not going to be enough to remove all the mute jammers, but they got the ADSs, all 3 of them. So deploying a grenade would have been just as potent. They might have actually done that, and I might have didn't catch it because they still broke the shield, but they still wasted 4 Rotero drones and several grenades. But at least you don't have to worry about the bomb site for a couple more rounds as Milwaukee finally win it. And a Nook is in play for the first time in this best of 3. Maze just creeping his way around this basement floor, making sure there's no roamers trying to prolong this push. And a drone even going ahead of the Nook, so tons of info can be quickly gathered up, not wasting a lot of time with this Hell Scanner, and dodging a couple of default cameras, pardon, wrong word there. So there is potential to score an opening gunfight quite early, as I think they're going to find out there's a Valkyrie playing over by Z.
Valkyrie does peek it, but oh, the Hell Scanner comes online! All is right in the world. Maze gets the kill.
That was hard.
Yeah, that was, well, you can't win them all. As there goes Desire, gets the kill, and now the communication will be given to the rest of the team that, hey, there is a Jaeger on Z by security. You guys have to be aware of that. I think that Icarus now going outside. The Lion skins, there are still 2 Lion skins. There's a lot of Claymores being deployed just to cover Louisville Black's tracks, as now with that Thatcher EMP, that wall just gets straight on open. No mute jammers here. You can be safe for the time being.
Finally, the Selma is able to deploy. A bit of help from Icarus. So now there's another entry point for Louisville Black. No one playing over by Big Window, no one lurking over towards White Stairs, so it seems to be just this closet wall to enter in, and the trophy door. Roundy playing underneath has a C4 at the ready. Not going to deploy it just yet, though. I think they've got some info, so they can perfectly pinpoint when to set out that C4 and maybe net a kill, as now Louisville begin to rotate a bit closer towards Attic, where they did actually get this wall opened up earlier on. Now Qualzy can begin to enter into the building from that direction. There's a C4 we were anticipating moments ago to keep us even, this time at a 3v3.
Nobody in world, but nobody over here really to contest Qualzy. And that means it's going to be free, but oh, they do not have a person. They have a mechanical drone. That Yokai Sonic Blast is not going to help Qualzy in that engagement up against Desire, who is 7-1. Akaid is just going to walk in the hallway, and there's no coverage from Icky because he doesn't have the angle from the doorway. Spots the Jaeger elbow, gets a great headshot onto Desire, but just doesn't know which way to look. A deployable covering every single position he walks in, and Roundy just gives him a slug straight to the face. Milwaukee continuing their good defensive holds on Oregon with another round.
Playing off that info so well as well from Milwaukee, having everyone just bunkered up in the bomb site, not getting too aggressive and only relying on a couple of main roamers. for that round. Despite the Valkyrie being eliminated, Milwaukee have slowly begun to learn from their mistakes. They have more than one person on that main facet of the Roam extension, so Desire was there to immediately refrag, make sure the Nook could not just creep up white stairs and begin to cause chaos while the rest of Black enter from both attic and that closet side of the map, or more
Attackers
towards
need
the
to
master
locate and
side
defuse as
of the
many
map.
bombs as they can.
Once that threat was dealt with, it was once again just back to square one, dealing with the main breaches, trying to get in from that master side, which again, playing off some of those black eye cameras, some of those yokais with the assistance of that C4, it creates this perfect combination to set up a really free kill and making sure that the attackers can't properly enter. That forces them just to funnel into attic, which is eventually what Milwaukee were kind of hoping for, having that yokai there to guarantee they have to plant a bit closer towards concrete, where Roundy just flanks up, goes through trophy, and shuts down the planter. Really well done round by Milwaukee. Louisville, not having anyone to get that vertical down or really pay off the dividends of having such a successful initial roam clear, I think that's what really did them in for sure. Only having that Nook definitely seemed to be a bit of a problem, but at least at the beginning
It was one of the things where it's like, please, take attic. It is free for the taking. Nobody is here. Oops, was there a yokai there? How did that get there? Milwaukee. I like I said, I always like what they are doing when it comes to the changes, when it comes to the plans that they have in their mind. It always makes exciting plays. Okay, that's not Aqua shooting. That was Icarus just completely walking in for Master, taking out Danny, who was in Master, was in Trophy. It doesn't really matter because he's dead. He was in Trophy, just trying to rotate. So this clear is about as effective as you can get. A third player is just going to be waiting right on white stairs. And is anybody going to be ready for that? Icarus peeks on it, does shoot at the Jaeger, but doesn't get anything. Desire has always been a player who's made these massive plays, but unfortunately, he cannot do it all.
Finally, the roam has been dealt with up above, and there's still plenty of options to get that vertical down with the help of Aqua with the sledge, and also Maze still wielding those logic bombs. One in total left for Maze, and now having those cameras available on the top floor, the phones of those defenders, they can also utilize the defenders' own information to be kind of a double-edged sword for them, now forcing them to destroy these yokais, which could have helped get that diffuser at least away from the ground. Aqua scoring yet another kill on this round, leaving just Legend with not too many options to bring back this round from the cusp of defeat. We'll have to rotate back around once again, but there's a barricade in his face, so he can't even go in through split properly to get a better angle against the offense. A logic bomb currently pinpointing where this last defender currently lies in wait. The first one to line up is Maze, but they're not going to win that altercation. Legend's still alive, but he's also still trapped in the opposing bomb site, and these attackers are just closing in on him like sharks in open water. This isn't much left here for Legend. He'll have to get aggressive, maybe close the distance here, win these next couple of gunfights. Both Aqua and Qualzy are really low, and he spots on the back of the ace, but luckily Aqua's there with perfect coverage, and Louisville take their second round.
There's just that, like, 0.5 seconds where it's like, okay, is he going to shoot? Like, what's going to happen? But Louisville Black still taking it a little tighter than I'd really like. I know they had a good grip at the end, but I still feel like with what we saw on Border, they haven't truly shown everything they've got. It's still a little clunky. And maybe this round, as they go 3-3, as they go to their defensive hatch, which I think was better on Border, it still went 3-3, but that is because they made a lot of mistakes on their defense, which can definitely be remedied on Oregon. We'll definitely have to see, but winning this basement attack, I mean, we saw what Milwaukee was cooking in the previous round. Louisville have to have something, and it's just going to maybe counter the 3 mute jammers that Milwaukee have. Are they going to do the same thing? All right, let's count it. Got 1.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, yeah, they're doing the same thing.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they're doing it.
Just gotta wait for the... I thought they didn't have a shield for a second, but it's just... The smoke is just making it vertical. I'm assuming just a bit of a...
Oh, where's the third? Where's the third? That makes the cake.
Where even is Danny? Was he getting hatches? Yeah, he was getting hatches up above. Okay. I initially thought he might be helping with some angles maybe with a shotgun, but no, he was getting hatches, and now he'll put down his shield. It seems like for Louisville, they're gonna do the exact same thing. Okay, this has been the same night and day run of show for both Louisville and Milwaukee when dealing with this bomb site. Hopefully they acknowledge that there's several mute jammers in the way of this Rotaro drone, so they should just try to disable those ADSs and throw a grenade. The Rotaro comes in, this time trying to dodge the mute jammer, but it's not disabled. It can't reach the first mute jammer. He's used all of his EMPs. Someone's got to get in with a grenade now. They have to do this now, or all this utility is going to get reset. And oh my, he's just doing it again. This is so crazy. It's all reset.
Number 3. Can we get 4? Can we get 4? Icarus, yes.
3?
We can get 4.
Oh my god! But they win the
He
entry.
got the yeah. After all that, it got the jam too. Oh my goodness! Yes, they get the entry. All of that culminates somehow to Louisville Black getting the man count advantage. They don't have really any map control. They might walk down Freezer stairs, but it's wishy-washy. You don't really gain map control in Freezer as much as you like. Oh, Louisville Black, they still were able to get something on a previous basement round, but whenever we've saw Milwaukee do something like that, just hold down on bunker, they've been able to win it. But something is different, and that is Louisville Black's guns are cooking. They're heating up, and now a flawless potentially on the horizon.
There's Legend at least playing over by Barrel's door, but the smoke cannot assist in time. Danny eventually gets the trade, but they're just stuck in blue bunker now. The offense can just simply plant somewhere else. He's essentially just in a trapped room. He cannot get out. A nade being prepped. Danny will try to swing off of that though, but cannot reattempt against Louisville Black. Despite all of that utility, 3 EMPs, 4 Rotaro drones, several stuns, all being put in one part of the map. Despite all of that utility, not even forcing back the smoke, Louisville still win that round and still keep us even with, I don't even know how. Milwaukee just not anticipating Louisville to get aggressive elsewhere. I'm really perplexed how Louisville were still able to win that round, but good on them for just realizing they had to take gunfights, and that was just going to be their new plan essentially when plan A failed.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
I think that's where a lot of Louisville victories come from, is just like, okay, Milwaukee have done something impenetrable when it comes to strategy. Let's just shoot them. They can't shoot back. Let's just shoot them. That's the victory, road to victory in the end. And a lot of that does come down to Aqua going 10-3. If they got a lot of entries on that sledge, we're doing a lot of things. And sometimes Milwaukee, we're relying a lot on desire. And the pendulum does swing both ways. If Aqua doesn't start doing as well, Louisville Black might not do as well. But so far, Milwaukee, you're really only having desire be that flashy player when it comes to kills. And otherwise, everybody else is just doing passable. I think, like, Danny going 5-5 is fine. Rowdy going 4-4. I really want to mention Hazer going 0-5, but
That just seems so, not forced, but it seems so demoralizing.
I don't want to be mean, but, like, he's also going 0-5.
Happens. Hopefully Hazard can have some better luck on the second half. Back on the 0 once again. So similar to what Louisville were employing with the Thermite Ace combo, you're going to be able to get both the Attic Wall and the Master one opened up. Not a bad idea whatsoever for Milwaukee. And they don't have the conventional utility that you would need to destroy any of these 3 gadgets. They have every single operator that can deny walls from being opened up. The Cade Bandit and Mute all aligned together just to try to keep these walls put together, like glue, I suppose. But hey, you've got Argus cameras, which can zap away if they're in a good enough range to dodge the mute jammers. You've got Twitch drones, you've got IQ scanner and grenades, and he got the opening kill. Sure, Aqua finds a trade, but at least Danny's there also playing by Master to do the exact same thing onto the Cade. Now you've got the man advantage, and you're slowly beginning to push your way in from both Attic and Master. Things are still going according to plan, but the wall hasn't been opened up. So it's still a bit of a stalemate here for the offense, despite them having the man advantage.
Danny and get some angle onto the actual attic itself, but there we go. I think impact EMPs, whether it was those Argus zaps, the wall is open on attic, and you're going to see Louisville Black kind of back off. Maze is going on a long flank, potentially through meeting, and we'll have to see where that comes from. Is with a 2v2. Now Maze walks forward. It's only Roundy that he has to find in Trophy, who is reloading, and a frost mat from Qualsy was that final kill cam. And oh, it always hurts to see that, but man, with SI, we are never short of frost mat.
It really has been the flank potential that's been so good, not only for Milwaukee, but in that instance, Louisville getting the final kill, guaranteeing that there was no funny business happening on round number 7. Really shocked that we haven't had a lot of, I guess, conventional flank watch. We might have seen a couple of claymores deployed here and there, and then of course we saw a Zero, who is kind of a pseudo flank watch, but also kind of burn and secondary breach operator. He's kind of the jack of all trades, a flex up if you want to call it just a regular name for it, but not used for any of that really on that last round. So allowing someone to walk back up Armory stairs for free and wrap things up there. Again, final nail in the coffin. Louisville now getting to go in through laundry and supply, where they've got a cap can on the board, which honestly, with info being a bit of an issue for both Milwaukee and Louisville, I feel like the cap can's going to find a lot more damage than originally expected.
Oh yeah, I could see Aqua really finding something with those cap can traps. I am expecting a roam presence from Louisville, despite what I was talking about with this site. I do think somebody from Louisville Black is just kind of spread their tendrils over the map, and Aqua does seem to be that main candidate. I think they're over by freezer area. They could be heading back down to site, but so far, them being on the roam, it works out. They've been able to find a kill here and there, and it works. Finding that entry kill sometimes is all you need, and getting traded out, depending on who you get, might be the best thing that happens early in that round.
Milwaukee gonna clear from. They're also doing a bunker direct. All 5 of them are down there. Yep. Max spots them out as well. Silhouettes giving away their intentions. The double panel opened up too. You've got a little crossfire as well, making sure no one can try to swing aggressively from the barrel doorway. Roundy will get on his camera though, and a smoke is deployed, but Maze on the board and can simply see through this, but no, Roundy just pre-fires him. Maze gone. Now it's just Qualsy. Luckily, he's got a Toxic Babe to keep the attackers at bay for a little while longer, maybe given the option for someone to get back in through pillar or barrel, but nobody's moving. Everyone in Louisville just refuses to try to rotate. Finally, Iggy and Aqua in tandem begin to spring into action, and it does the trick just fine. Danny eliminated, giving more room to breathe for Louisville for just a little while longer with the help of these Toxic Babes as well.
Danny was that player to put the hurt on very, very close in bunker. Now that he's gone, even though the smoke has backed off, Milwaukee haven't actually gone forward. They're still waiting outside a bunker, waiting on the tower stairs itself. I think one more entry is what they're waiting for. Iggy, I think it was the smart decision to move, because essentially a kill was waiting right around the corner. Death was waiting around the corner, as now Desire continues to find kills left and right. Anybody could really jump out and get the advantage, despite Louisville Black going down now 2 members. Aqua is still alive. With them really here, I can honestly not say who wins this.
Your lurk player is gone. That's a major kill found by Aqua. Can also hold down from elbow. Iggy in the rat corner is going to smoke Hazard. Things now totally even. 2 C4s available too at the disposal of Louisville, so they could maybe pull things back, but they are very low on HP. Maybe the offense could play that into their advantage, and they'll do exactly that, but Aqua's still holding the rotate. Is going to catch another attacker in a bad spot now, forcing a 1 versus 1. Desire, he's got a bit of util though. If he can bring out these Capitao bolts, maybe he can make enough room to plant, if not even kill Aqua, if only he had info on where the Captain's currently playing at. Not able to recover the diffuser though. Where is the diffuser? It's across the map! It's over by the rotate and elbow. He's got to pick up the pace. He crosses it in Aqua once again, but he's got no clue. He's in the corner. The Capitao's so low, but the timer is even lower, and Aqua rotates once again and clutches the round for Louisville, just draining the timer down.
We saw this on Border. It happened, but it didn't really happen to Milwaukee. It happened to Louisville on their attack when they just lost the diffuser somewhere on the map. And when they needed it, when they needed to plan, that was their only option. They couldn't because it was somewhere off in bumheck nowhere. As Louisville, they get a 2-round lead. And I'm thinking, is this the biggest lead that we've potentially seen from Louisville so far? I think they've always just been like a one step ahead. As right now, as they go to kitchen dining, not meeting kitchen, you have to think that they are really poised to end this map right here, right now, with this one and one more.
Really just goes to show the thought process that some people just forget to have in 10 situations. Don't get me wrong. Adrenaline's pumping. You're in 1 versus 1. Everyone has died to this raid boss of Aqua, who is currently racked up 14 kills in map number 2. I get it. It's a pretty big task to try to accomplish, trying to hunt down this person where you have no info as to where they could be playing at. But you've got Capital Fire and Smoke Bolt. You've got 2 drones somewhere on the map, in pocket or not. And you've got about 20 seconds. That might not seem like a lot, but in a 1 versus 1, and when you're so close to where this last defender could be, it does not hurt to just take a second to breathe and just maybe throw out a camera to make sure he can't wrap around by, the main hallway. Or just throw another one to make sure if he's close by the laundry rotate or not. Just the little things like that go a long way to secure those 1v1 clutches, and that's a big stepping stone that we haven't really seen by Milwaukee, and hopefully they can learn that lesson going into their next matches, because utility is a huge aspect of Rainbow Six, and once again, just relying on winning all of your gunfights is not going to bring you a long way as a competitive team.
Words have never been spoken. So many teams, whether it's like T3, T2, sometimes collegiate as well, rely on just their ability to spew fire from the barrels of their guns. And a lot of times they can get gobsmacked by a team who actually knows what they're doing, knows how to play around that. Sometimes to suppress a single player like Aqua or potentially Maze, who's sneaking up on these laundry stairs, has definitely not been droned out. And if this bandit is patient, which we have seen Maze do, they have 1, potentially 2 kills just around the corner. They go forward. 1 kill is down. Ace does escape barely. That Ace is gone, but a lot of health taken from both hard breaches on Milwaukee.
Seems like that Jackal ban is kind of bit Milwaukee in the rear, as having those Inox might have been the make or break to find that Maze was playing over by the back laundry staircase, now pivoting himself across the map up towards backstairs, and he might just kill Roundy flat out. C4 popped out, making a fake rotation, a fake opening that he'll try to use against the offense. Swings out on the Thermite, who's so low on HP. The kill confirmed. Spots the guy by split, but can't hit enough shots in time. Hazard's there on the refrag, but Louisville still up a whole player, and only 50 seconds remain for Milwaukee to try to find something here. And not only that, but there's a player up above still. They could simply just get vertical to stop the plant.
Right now, the best thing for Louisville to do is be patient. Know that you had an advantage. You still technically do with the time that is on the clock. Force Milwaukee to plant, and Qualzy does eventually get the kill onto Hazer. Iggy Peaks gets his own kill. Louisville, I mean, with the kill onto the Jaeger, things potentially looked dicey, but I think that the ship is starting to sail for Louisville. They've gotten the true advantages that they've had, both in the game, on the scoreboard. Everything is just coming up cardinal red, and it is expected with how Louisville have been playing. They've got everything on their side, and Aqua. Like, all of this combined plus Aqua, of course it equals a winning team.
Just simply built different. And even last round, Aqua didn't have a major impact on that round. So sure, you have someone who is popping off consistently. Yeah, Aqua got no kills. He was at 14 back in round number 9. He did essentially nothing. I don't want to say flat out nothing, but essentially, kill-wise specifically, he did nothing. But Louisville still won the round because they were just doing default stuff. They were expecting Milwaukee to go for a big tower and barrage take, which is pretty common when attacking either meeting room or dining, and they set up defenders to actively stop that kind of push from happening. and Milwaukee just kind of fall in for the booby trap. Now they're down 3 whole rounds. Louisville gets to go back to kids, and if they lose this round, they could even go into the basement, which was an even more challenging bomb site, so to speak. So really, the game is just in the pocket of Louisville now, and they already have a map on the board. Everything is against Milwaukee right now.
Kind of the same thing as Border, where a lot of rounds that Milwaukee won was based off of the mistakes of Louisville rather than on its own merit. That is the only way I see Milwaukee winning some of this, is if Louisville Black makes some, not even egregious mistakes, just some, maybe Aqua plays in a way that loses their life, that they're their first death. I want to mention a very good kill by, or a very good utility play by Rounding here, shutting off that bandit battery. But speak of the devil, Aqua doesn't play his life very stupidly. He gets 1 kill, Maze gets a second, and now Maze just runs out, hucks the C4 up. I think it might have been too high up, but either way, a good play, and now that might have just cemented Louisville's chances in this one.
As they're in the ace, trying to walk in, EMP deployed. They had info at the back of the Arbors camp. They knew it was just bandit batteries. Okay, deployed by that wall, so they'll get this open with their LTVs, but a C4 sails past one of the attackers, and now that leaves just Legend in the building. Desire still holding a cutoff, I believe it to be, and now it's just Desire on an upside down rappel, hoping by some chance, all 4 defenders swing into him, and he can get this 1v4 clutch. If not, their fate is set in stone, and Louisville will take this victory in a 2-0 scoreline. But there's plenty of time to just sit out and essentially bait. Can't really fault him for that. If someone gets a bit too aggressive by Louisville Black, maybe the IQ will punish, but it's still a 1v4. Even if 2 people get a bit over-aggressive, overzealous in this position, then it's a 2v1, which is still really challenging for anybody to try to win if held correctly by Louisville Black. So a lot is on the table here for just this lone IQ. And I thought for a second they were going to jump off the roof and maybe down themselves. That would have been a very comical way of ending out this best of 3. But thankfully, Desire will not do that. Moving now downwards towards the middle of lobby. But there's someone by Armory waiting for this exact play, but they're on cam. They've got no idea Desire's here. Wait, no, he's on the Armory cam. Just kidding. Aqua just baited me and the IQ more specifically, granting the 7-3 victory for Louisville Black and a 16 bomb, I believe, for the Jaeger just on Oregon alone, not even discussing how well Aqua did back in Border.
And pretty earned the way that Aqua played around Milwaukee. And all things considered, Louisville, it was a little bit of a harder Border, definitely a little bit of a goofier Border with everything that happened in there. But Oregon, once we got past the 3 mute jammers in bunker, it was kind of straight as an arrow. It was all Louisville every single day of the week.
Yeah, and that might have just been off the fact that it was Milwaukee's map pick. Sure, they made Border very close. Not able to win their own pick, though. Definitely kind of set the tone for how the rest of that best of 3 was going to go for. And it's like I mentioned back in Border. It just seemed off of basic principles of how both teams were attacking and defending that just on paper, Louisville looked like a stronger team compared to Milwaukee. I mean, they've got still plenty of good rounds and good showings against their opponents of Louisville Black. And, you know, the whole season, this semester in the spring is still fairly young. So there's still plenty of room for improvement. But just getting the basic downs of coordinating early round attacks with info, mesh with attackers like that Nook round, for example, that was a really well done attempt to secure that opening gunfight and get some early map control. But it was only the Nook securing any of that. Maybe having a buck as well somewhere across the map or another player that can help assist later in the round. So if your Nook dies, you're not going to just give up your main lurk player, one of your Hail Mary X Factor players. Doing other stuff like that is going to go a long way. And it can be very punishable, especially when you have players on your team that can hit their shots, which again, that was a big reason for Milwaukee winning a couple or at least a fair amount of rounds against Louisville.
Well said, my friend. And well, that is it for tonight. We are the final stream NECC. We had a great night. I've been here the entire night, so I've seen the highs, the lows, everything in between. It's been a very entertaining second match. I will definitely tell you that. But thank you everybody for tuning in, being in Twitch chat, being source of joy for John and I. But make sure you are tuning into the next streams that we have this week, the other games, Smash, Rocket League, everything. Make sure you're tuning in next week for more Rainbow Six Siege action. We hope you all have a great night.